So we're going to connect to the server. And for those who missed Spacecraft, we played this the other day. It is a kind of collect your resources, process them into goods, upgrade your equipment. Very like Valheim-esque so far as the progression arcs. I mean, there's not Bosset, I guess that's maybe not a good example. But very Valheim-esque in that regard, except space. To that end, there has been some changes since I played the other day, because this has been something I've been doing on stream. Oh my god, I've got so many things now. Right. Where did I leave off so far as my inventory, though? Okay, so as far as my inventory, it looks like I did just clean out. Yes. Alright. So I did just go for a sail. So we can go up to my ship. I may have made some changes to my ship since you last saw it. The equipment is the same. There's no new equipment on the ship since you last saw it. But I may have done a lot of work in the ship customization to make it something proud. Because everyone you see around here, they got all their ships, and they're all stinky. They all look the same. I mean, actually, that person... Oh, that's their missile launcher, I see. That's fine. Like, everyone just has their ship in the static orientation and all that. Meanwhile... Can you actually walk on the planet's surface? Yes.
Be careful out there.
There is base building and all that, and you have to land on the planets to do it. I did start one and then realized the location I chose was terrible, so I don't have one now. But yeah, so you can see now, my ship is not in the configuration everyone does. I've used the wings as spoilers, because they actually give me more system things, and I've made kind of a pancake ship. So that's been a whole thing. So I gotta remember real fast yeah, because my base I had built was in C6 over there, but like I said, I found out I didn't need that. So I want to get like that 200 credits, because we get that 200 credits really fast. That'll complete that objective. So we're just gonna hit a new system. I haven't done the exploding stuff because I need to make missiles, and I haven't put the time in. So we're just going to jump to the next system, going to go check a planet, I'm going to mine a bunch. One thing I did learn is anything that has durability can break and you'll need to make a new one. That sounds rough, but they do last a pretty decent amount of the time. And if you're holding on to the materials you use to make it, you can make 2 or 3 of them and you'll just be good. Yes, this is one of the problems I ran into, was the planet I made my base on was a planet like this with the water. If a resource node is below the water, you can't use it. Oh, hey. You're new. Okay, so I can't scan that node. That's interesting. That's new. So whatever's down in the water, I can't handle scanning it. Alright, let's actually mine some of this while we're here. Alright. Because we want to make sure we're collecting stuff to get ourselves money, and then hopefully get some other stuff. The thing I'm working on now is I also want to save up, I believe it's 3,000 credits, because then I can get the research where I can get steel hull pieces, and I believe once I can get steel hull pieces, I can straight up build hull pieces for my ship. Your comments are working, game? Did you get figure out what it was? I know you said it wasn't a extension thing. I don't use Firefox these days, so I wasn't exactly able to help. Plus, I wasn't at home. Alright. And my battery is still not great. It's a material I can't scan yet. You have no idea? Excellent. I did find there's materials that only show up on the dark sides of planets, which are pretty... Have you tried going in the water? Yes. You have very limited depth you're allowed to go. One other thing I did notice is I can look here. So with these icons, it looks like all three icons will be available anywhere on the map. Sometimes you'll notice them where they'll have like the little flag or whatever. And when you see that, you'll know it's only available in specific spots that have like, you know, a landmark or whatever. But yeah, so I can go into the water. And it can handle up to pressure 10. They're at pressure 5 now. Which, as you saw, is not deep. But I got all excited because I found a spot on a planet like this where I had a coal node and an iron node right next to each other. I'm like, this is a steel planet. This planet, I'm going to set up some drills. We're going to just make steel en masse here. And I can turn that into goods I can sell. It's going to be money. But the nodes for my iron and coal were slightly underwater. And so I went to build the drill and said no. So I eventually just abandoned it because I'm like, this space is useless. The base still does actually have some pretty good use. I say as I'm saying it's useless. You don't have to pay the tax for like using the facilities or whatever. It's free. And that actually ends up being a significant increase considering like everything you put through there is going to get you like an extra credit, extra half credit or whatever. So if you're making hundreds of stuff, that's hundreds of extra credits. I got room for 400 cargo because I've built my ship to be very cargo heavy. But we need to expand. But the hope is if I hit this 3,000, we unlock the ability to make the steel hull pieces. And then we just focus on making steel hull pieces, and each hull piece should give me slightly more capacity for systems on my ship, which is like cargo and mining lasers and all that. And kind of going back and forth to build up the ship as much it'll let me. I have no idea what the limitations in this game are. But it means I can get better solar and a whole bunch of stuff. Alright. The other thing I should do is, when we're running around between these planets, we'll watch for the ones that have the square nodes, because those are the ones that only bases can mine. And look for a planet that is not a water planet that has the square nodes. I gotta fix this battery. The big thing is I'm using the overclock thing. Like I was saying, any equipment that has a durability on it will eventually break down and you have to replace it. They last for a good while, way more than enough to get a whole bunch of equipment out of it. The other added bonus of having a base is just the base computer gives you, like, I think it's 500 storage. And you can craft out of that storage. So I found it to be a very useful thing to just have that base, land, craft everything down into the next level of materials, and then just chuck it in there. Okay. Well, we can't scan for those, so let's go ahead and get off this planet. I know we didn't catch everything on it, but it's looking like it's a bust for useful things for me. It just got tons and tons of copper and a little bit of sulfuric, or sulfur. I can craft the sulfur and stuff, but it's not as useful as a lot of the other things we could potentially be going after. And I'm trying to make it a point to scan nearby systems, figure out where I can find exotic materials. Because I need to find a reliable place to get aluminum and titanium at some point. The aluminum I actually could do stuff with now. The titanium I haven't found a use for yet. But the fact that I've seen it nearby tells me it's probably a thing. But yeah, with the game having well over 20 systems in it, system being a set of planets, I believe. Actually, I'm not even sure about that if it's sector or like star systems. Either way, there's a lot of space to go in. It's not like Elite Dangerous big where you just give up on looking at it all because it's impossible. You could definitely go and scan everything, but it does feel like it's worth taking the time to survey any place that you haven't done. Okay. So, Vashix 2 has possibilities. And the reason I say that is it does have ore nodes that are the square style we could put a base on. If we go here and we see that they're materials I actually would want to consider putting a base on, which is probably going to be the case, because literally why wouldn't I want anything? It might be worth us running back and getting a base computer and trying to get our base building going. Because that's kind of one of the things I want to do, is it looks like the base building is going to be a way to consistently gain resources and then store and do more advanced manufacturing and all that. So I definitely want to look into that. And the base computer took some work to make one, because I did make one. And unfortunately, when you abandon, you do lose the materials entirely, whatever was on that base. So just as a heads up, take your time, figure out where you're putting your base. Don't just plunk it down. Alright. Just struggling on the heat and the power. So we can check out these. Coal and iron. Okay, we are 100% coming back here. So how MMO is this game? It's MMO in the fact that there are other players out and about, and you like share the universe with them, but there isn't like any type of I haven't seen any type of like global economy that we all participate in. There's no like you conquer systems from each other or anything like that. It's more like No Man's Sky, where you're all kind of existing in the same universe, doing your thing. There's some overlap in the sense if I put down a base, you might not be able to put down a base in the same area, that kind of thing. But it's definitely not like big MMO like, you know, World of Warcraft, where you're going to be forced to, you know, deal with others and that kind of thing. At least not that I've seen so far. Okay, we're almost full. I mean, I can go like this. Okay, so these three have the flag, so they're only going to be in one of those zones, and one of those is not. So I want to head to one of these zones. Oh, can I get 3 of those nearby each other? that'd be pretty cool. Hey, DG, how's it going? $96, $98, and I can't fit another. Okay, I thought the one that said 3. So it looks like it's regularly putting the iron and the coal nearby, which makes sense. Yes, I'm trying to race on over here. Because there's 3 more materials on this planet that are all only by flagged areas. But it seems like the answer for me is to get the base computer or base setup thing and come to this planet, get our steel production set up. And then with the steel production set up, there's you can build all sorts of stuff with that. And your bases aren't just you put down a base, you thumbs up, and the base is done. Like, bases are a whole thing in this game. So you set up all your different, like, infrastructure, facility, logistics, all that. So I've got sulfur up here. It's implying there's still one material I could find here. Because there's a green question mark at the top middle, and we're at the green arrow. Alright. Also a red question mark. It's saying there's 2 materials that could show up here that I haven't seen. Alright, 1 material that shows up here I haven't seen, but 2 materials I haven't found yet in the world. I believe we spotted everything that's on this plateau. So what I'm gonna try doing is the red marker over there has got a question mark. We're gonna leave atmosphere. Because we'll be able to go around the planet faster that way. Then let's take it back down and see where we end up. We're just trying to get a feel for what's on the planet. I still think regardless I'm gonna want to put a base on it. But we might get extra goodies that were not planned for out of it. Alright, well that took us about halfway there. Okay, so it's just gonna take us a minute to get over here. One nice thing, you don't have to hold W to keep moving once you get up to speed. It'll just keep going. If it hits shift, it'll boost forward. So it's weird that they're good about that kind of thing, but like for using your mining laser and all that, you have to hold the button. I do wish there was the option to toggle it at times. Okay. The other thing that the reason I've been sticking in this area is I keep going back to a base that has a lab on it. And the lab's kind of really useful to me just because you can do research, which unlocks more materials you can craft, which then, you know, by extension lets you do more with it. So you got graphite, which is a new one, so you got one more. Sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid. And thank you, DG, for the 170 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I'm really not seeing what this last material is. That's okay. Alright, so what's gonna happen here is let's get off of here. We can jump back home. So this is Veshix 2. So that's where we're ultimately going to be aiming to try and make a base. I believe, was it Sako? No, it was like Hipja or whatever it is. Hipja's the one that is back home. There you go. So what we're gonna do is try and get our money towards the steel stuff, and then we're also going to be working and getting ourselves another base deploy kit. So then we can put down the base deploy kit, and that'll let me just work locally without having to run back and forth to the station, other than when I'm ready to sell. All right. And then, you know, that'll let me start doing stuff like building up the solar panels, the extractors, whatever industry, and like, I'm sure the base building ends up being a big part of that. But just having it get me the coal and the iron without me having to dig it up myself will be a big win. Because most of my mining for actually making stuff is iron and copper. The first thing I do is go to the laboratory. In case they pulled up anything we need to research, because this is one of the things we left off with on the stream, I believe, is I found the lab. And then you'd, you know, get these and you'd click on this. So I've done a bunch more of this since I streamed. You notice I completed those ones. But it's like, if you get an azurite stone, I use that once. That'll let me make this into a copper ingot, which sounds like a waste. But then when you get to like the higher level, you can get better stuff, and even higher level, you can sometimes get better stuff. There's the implication that if I level up science enough, there's a dude over here who's like, I'll give you a quest if you're not garbage at science. I'm assuming I'm garbage at science because he keeps saying it. Alright. So what we do now here is we can go in and there's no reason not to process all of your copper and iron, because it's worth more when you do it, and then you need that to be able to construct literally anything worth mentioning. And the thing we want to make is the base computer. Assumption confirmed. Yep. Basically, if I didn't already say it, you know, thank you for the 170 stream streak. Oh, this will work way better than my shirt to try and get the... I got like a little bit of dust or something on my glasses. It's out and about today. Yeah, so process all the ore, and then we can look at what it's going to take me to build the base computer. Anything that's not in service of that is going to be sold for cash. But I want to get a base computer down by where that iron and coal is, and once we get that, I'll start putting together what I need for an extractor and the solar panel, and you get the idea. We'll start building a base. The base building in this looks like it's going to be a fairly significant project. I am not going to be processing these other than what I need to, because those I've been holding on to for research. But yeah, this is one of the things that's a little bit of a bummer, is with the research, what's like, okay, it's going to take half an hour. You can hit the button and walk away, and it's fine. The smelter, you can't. If I step away from this, it stops going. So that is kind of one thing I would like them to change. Just because, you know, you could show up here, presumably I can keep getting my haul bigger and bigger. You would eventually get to the point, you could get, you know, yourself 1,000 haul. And you could bring enough to sit here for 20 minutes just, you know, processing ore. Which isn't a bad thing for playing solo, because that could be one of those things you're like, oh, well, I need to work on some email. You hit the big button to go, and then you work on your email while it just churns away. But to me, this is an MMO versus single-player decision, that the MMO having the timer is relevant, versus single-player, you could hit the button and be like, just do that. The bases can automate all of it without you being there? Gotcha, that's good. That answers that question then. Because, like I said, I could imagine you get to, like, late game, and that could get probably pretty frustrating after a while. Alright, so finish getting this going. Because especially, like, at a minimum when we do these, it's like, hey, I'm going to increase the value of this by 1 point whatever credits per cycle. You're like, well, I want, you know, if I make it 100 times and I process this, that means 100 extra credits. Well, I want to do that. But yeah. Okay. So we're almost done processing our ore. Then we're going to have to go look at the base computer to get that going. Because like I said, the first time I did it, I was on a water plant, got all excited about finding, you know, nodes next to each other, build my base, and I couldn't do it because they were underwater, and there was no fixing it. And so I did just abandon the base, because I'm like, look, I don't want to build up this base anymore, and I already have. I probably should have kept using it without abandoning it. But, you know, I was curious if I was going to get my materials back, and the answer was no. Alright, so if we look down here, I've got my base deploy kit. So this is what I need to make. So I will end up needing to buy the base core, so we'll need 4 stainless plates. I don't know why I walked away, because that's not where I do it. So for the 4 stainless steel plates, I need aluminum ingots. I do not have aluminum right now, so that's not going to happen right this second. But we can worry about that in a minute. We have you. So we need 20 metal sheets. So that shouldn't be too hard to make happen. You can also see that I am holding on to a simple mining laser. I got myself in a problem where I let my overloaded one burn out and then sold it because I thought, you know, I would have what I needed to make another one, and then I was wrong, and that was the whole thing. Alright, so we need 20 wire and 20 concrete. Okay. And concrete's over here. You don't have to get lucky and get aluminum. I have to remind myself where we even found, because we found some aluminum previously, I just don't remember where it was. I remember it wasn't that bad when I was looking for it. Okay. Alright, so for the base computer, I've got what I can do right now, because I can buy this thing, there's just no point until we have the steel. And that's missing aluminum ingots. Oh, I can just buy... Oh, you could just screw off buying those. I mean, I could buy them. Because, I probably should just buy them and be done with it. Because it's what? So it's the base computer, so it's 4 of those and that. So if I were to buy these, so it'd be 1 of you, and then 4 of you. So that's $1,000. I'll just buy it. I don't love doing that, but that just lets me get this done, so it's probably the right decision. So there's our base computer. I was just wanting to save up for the next tech. Okay, so the next thing I want to get done is we got the stuff for our solid explosives. I've got a mission to use the blasting missiles. So for that, I need the silicon gel, metal sheets, and solid explosives. And the, yeah. Okay, so with that, we can go here. We can just go ahead and make this. Do I gain gain value doing that? Yeah, I do. There's no reason not to. Okay. Alright. And then for the gel, we can get that by going here. Oh, I thought I had enough to make the silicon. Believe this makes silicon stuff. Okay, now we can take the silicon ingot, turn that into gel, and then with that we can make a couple of these missiles. Oh, small projectile cartridge. Alright. These require 5 of the frames. Turn you off auto. Okay. So missiles. Frames. I didn't have enough more for more. And I can look at this and see, for example, that would technically give me slightly more credits. That would give me slightly more credits. Those aren't probably enough credits for me to care about. But with that, I don't want to carry more stuff than I need. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to sell these frames. We'll sell the gel. It's not worth a whole lot. We'll sell the extra explosives. I will sell the copper ingots. I keep all the crystals for now. Sell all this stuff. Sell you. That gives me 200 something back. Which was enough to finish my contract for just having done enough trade. I'm not going to worry about using the missile right now. Is there a point where you completely pay off your debt? And is there a benefit? I would assume as far as money goes, we would be able to do that. Because it is only 25,000, I'm sitting at 1,000 something. The big problem right now is if I want to add this tube. We're gonna go well over the amount. So, actually, it's still letting me confirm. I wonder what the consequence of going that far over. Now the big question is... Alright. Let's see, craft that and assign it to your ammunition. You can assign the ammunition to your skill in the ship menu. Ba, 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 ba. You can assign ammunition to your skill in the ship menu U. So this is the ship menu. I do have the missiles. There we go. Okay. Alright, so next time we see a shell resource, we can use it. But the important thing is we did get our base computer, so we're going to go right back to that system we were just in. And I'm going to try and find myself a pair of nodes right next to each other, which seems like that's not that hard a thing to do. And we'll get our computer started.
Be careful out there.
And even online, you can power cycle modules on and off while flying. That would have not, that would not be able to power up at the same time. Yeah, no, I definitely remember doing that. Alright, so that's gonna be home, is Veshix. For now, at least. There's Veshix 2. That we saw what we need to make steel on. And frankly, that's as good as, like, that's good enough for me right now. Even if I'm making mountains of steel, that's still something I can run back and just sell. All right. Now, question is, as we slow down real fast, is it worth me going nearby one of these to have that in the immediate area, or just sticking to that? Alright. Let's got 2 there. We're pretty close to the red area. We'll see if we can't figure out what that last material is. And I might build my base nearby the ridge without being right at it. And that's just in case I need those materials that are up on the ridge. I can choose to go to the ridge and vice versa relatively easy. Okay. Well, it's looking like down here is my closest contestants for stuff there. Alright, so we got a coal and an iron deposit. So let's land real quick. Did I land that far away? I don't think I did. Alright, well, let's go to our ship and just move closer. Because it could be I'm running in the wrong direction as well. Okay. We did the important thing. Yeah, so we can go ahead and we'll move closer, get the iron or steel production online. That's going to take a little bit because I have to build this, gather materials, build the extractor, gather materials, build a solar panel, gather materials. You get the idea. But the more I get built, the less I got to worry about. And in that whole thing, we'll also be building up the ship. Yes, I parked way far away. All right. And so you go right there. Yeah, so now at the base, I've got my smelter here on the base. It's got no fee. You've got our production stuff on the base. It's got no fee. And we got our storage here. So we can go for the time being. You go ahead and hold on that simple one. Go hold on to all my stuff here, because that's more room I could dedicate to other inventory. Okay, and we can go inside here. And you can rename the base, you can teleport back. There's technology experience which I haven't figured out, but that's fine. I assume you will get that from, like, progression a lot. So rename the base. We're gonna go to Steel Ops right now. I'll rename it later. Yeah, so we got our base here. Not a whole lot going on for it right now, but it is built. Let's check what I would need to get the extractors. Oh, that's this tool. So for an extractor, I would need motors and concrete. So silicate, and then motors here. So that's quartz, iron, and copper. That's shocking literally nobody. Alright, so let's try and find ourselves some iron and copper. We'll likely find some quartz along the way. Get that going, bring it over, try to get stuff going here. Mostly ethical steel bus. Alright. No, it's a deep underground iron deposit, so I've got to make an extractor to use it. But that's why we're building the base there, is because it's effectively, I believe, a near permanent source of ore versus the temporary ones that these ones have. But that's the idea, is if I get the extractor set up, then it just gives me iron. Okay. But then the other thing we can do is we can check out the other planets in the system as time goes on. See what we have in the rest of the system. Alright. Because right now we've got not a lot of good sources for copper on this one. Not a lot of good sources for iron in this one that we found, and we haven't checked the other two at all. That's interestingly actually a frozen planet. Versus the other ones are temperate. Okay. Yeah, so plan is basically just go from planet to planet here. Scoop up basically everything with trying to target stuff I need. Gradually build out the base. If we start to fill up both of our inventories, I'll grab whatever's good to sell. We'll run that over to sell. And trying to slowly expand our base and deal with the ship stuff. Alright. We still haven't put the time in to locate a restricted area. Nope, not the square ones. Alright, and we've checked everything on this planet. A little bit of pyrite. Yeah, and that's, I'm guessing, what's happening here. This was probably going by those pyrite nodes and scooping them up for whatever reason. But skipping on the sulfuric, because that's not... It has its uses, but there's not many of them. Oh, we found Cinnabar. Alright. And we can just go till we start getting full inventory. We'll run back to base, process what we got. Identify what we're missing, which is probably going to be copper. Since we did notice there's not really any opportunity for copper on this planet, but that's fine. We're going to get just about everything else we immediately need. This overheating is terrible. Honestly think it might be worth giving up a little bit of cargo space. See what we could do to get better heat situation. It's just a problem is it's heat and battery. So it's just the heat goes to be too high, the battery's too low, heat too high, battery too low. Okay. I knew I was pushing my luck. Fine, it'll just cost me a couple of credits. Okay. And there is modules to make it so your heat depletes faster. There's also modules to giving you more power storage and faster power regen. I have seen all those. A lot of those, the problem is your ship has so much limited space for things. And you can get more upgrades, but that's what I'm working on, is trying to get those upgrades. That's why I need the 3,000 credits. Is then we'll be able to get the steel ones, and I'll just keep expanding my ship chunk by chunk. See what my limits are there. Because I'm assuming our ships have like some kind of limit, like you're allowed like 40 pieces or parts or whatever, I don't know. So trying to like make the most of that space. Or if it's not like a hard limit, like maybe a practical limit, like the bigger your ship is, the more it costs to jump from place to place, or the slower it moves, that you start running up to a point where, sure, you could go bigger, but it's so impractical you wouldn't do so in real life. You'd be better off just doing something else. Not worry about more of the coal nodes. The iron's gonna be way more important. I need to stop pushing him, taking damage for no reason. And while its system damage isn't too bad, the worst repair I think I've had is like 60 credits. 60 credits is still something. It does add up. Okay. We're finding graphite crystals, which are good, because we'll have those to the lab eventually. Okay. I'm assuming we're going to actually need a lot of... Ooh, aquamarine. Yeah, I found the sandstone mounts to be a pretty good source for just random gemstones. Oh, and there's aluminum. I knew aluminum wasn't too bad to get a hold of. Okay. We're at 338 out of our 400 cargo. Okay. Oh, I see why it's taking so much longer to mine. My mining laser is starting to wear out, so I'm going to have to replace it soon. There it goes. Mining laser just broke. So you can still mine with it, but it is extremely slow. The good news, out of 400 cargo, I'm at 379. 380. So I'll pop this, we'll go back, and then I will see what it's going to take. I already have a simple mining... Oh, I'll still have to go to station. It's fine. We'll still process everything, get everything going. We'll go back to station. I have a simple mining laser that I can equip temporarily, and then we can get ourselves like another overclocked. I'm pretty close to being able to get my next higher mining laser, which will be nice. But yeah, so as you can see, once your laser's damaged, it still works. It's just horrifically slow. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright. We can zip on over here. But yeah, to swap my modules, I have to go to a station. Later on, you can get a shipyard on your base that you can land at and do all your... Like, you can basically make almost everything ship-wise on your own base other than, like, the NPCs or whatever. Alright. So we can start processing all this stuff. And we mostly pulled up iron, so I can go ahead and get that. We also have some capability of making steel, that'll be good. Whatever we end up actually needing. Okay, so that can still go while we're going. You want me to make 100,000 and $1 million in trade? Are you done with the Oni DLC? No, not necessarily. I hopped in as just with all the games going on, I had to choose with that. But no, I've been enjoying Oni. The only thing with Oni right now is we're starting to hit the mid game, which is the point where you start going to build something and be like, all right, well the next 3-4 hours is going to be us fast forwarding while we build it. We're not quite there yet, but that's usually where the fall off happens with Oni. I very much enjoy Oxygen Not Included. We have played that many times on the channel, but it's just kind of the problems right now is we got like Satisfactory had its big update, Oxygen Not Included has big up, Spacecraft came out, we've got coming up the Go-Go Town is having its big update. It's just the time of, like, it's hard to be a content creator right now because everything is updating at all times. And so while I really enjoy Oxygen Not Included, it's a little harder for me to justify that compared to like checking out some of the newer stuff and all that. Mostly I wanted to do space stuff. I had it on the things for going, and literally I had like 5 games I was considering. And when I mentioned it, people were like, space. I'm like, done. Space it is. Clan Folk, I think, announced that they're going to do their 1.0, I think it was, coming up. Timberborn had a major update. I think I'll be skipping on the Timberborn major update, though. As much as I enjoyed Timberborn, I've got one achievement left, which is just beating the game in under 15 cycles, which I already have a strategy. I can just sort of cheese it. I just have to sit down and do it. Paralives just came out. We had fun with that. I'd be down to do more of that. Did you ever check out Retro Rewind? Yeah, I 100%ed it. We've done all the achievements in that game already on stream. It's good, but I did fully complete what was there. Granted, they did add the repair table since then. I haven't checked that out, but it didn't feel like that was significant enough for me to revisit. Alright, so I got all this. It's on your radar, you can wait for summer sale? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Since a friend of mine bought Sunhaven on a Switch sale, because he did everything starving, imagine your surprise when Sunhaven Switch version doesn't have multiplayer. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we found Cinnabar, and I haven't used that for anything. I don't remember if we already did that one yet. The beautiful gems will bring with us because the beautiful gems could be a whole thing. Grab my simple mining laser because I'm going to have to equip that. Alright, so the thing we need is right now I need to get the overclock thing, so that's the crystalline focuser and the magnetic coil. That'll want 3 of each. The magnetic coil, I do not have copper, so that's not going to happen. And then the crystal focuser needs copper, so that's not going to happen. Alright, so unfortunately, I do have to fly back to a station because my current drill, or my current mining laser is damaged. And I've got a simple one. The simple one doesn't have durability, right? Because I'm honestly tempted to just leave the simple one on and skip the over. Yeah, I'm just going to use the simple one. Would you recommend the game, or is it primarily just gathering? I don't understand why there's an or in that statement. I have been enjoying the game. It is also mostly gathering resources, crafting, and doing that. It is the nature of the game. It's kind of like the same if someone was like, oh, do you recommend No Man's Sky? Or is it mostly just gathering resources and exploration? That's kind of the thing. That is a big part of what the game is that you gather resources, incrementally improve your stuff, build your ship, expand, make a base, that kind of thing. But it is centered around exploring to find places with resources to exploit, to then exploit them, to then make yourself a better of finding and exploiting resources.
Initiating docking to station.
Keeping in mind that this is early access, they are adding combat and a whole bunch of other stuff, but it is very early access. Like, it only went into early access 2 days ago, 3 days ago. But yeah, no, it's during this week where I'm having a little bit of a chaotic schedule. I would anticipate we're probably doing one more Oxygen Not Included stream. Most likely after another like 9-hour stream of Oxygen Not Included, we'll be in that stage of the game where it's like it just takes forever for anything to get done. And that's perfectly fine for playing, but for streaming it's usually pretty tough. Another question, if you don't mind, did you try Solar Punk? You're heavy on Path of Exile, so you miss streams. I have not. Solar Punk is on my radar of a game I absolutely probably should play, but just hasn't happened. Alright, so with this one, we want to take off the mining laser. So this overclocked mining laser very annoyingly gets damaged, which means I have to replace it from time to time. I believe the simple one, which is one tier lower, does not, though. And I'm tempted to just say to hell with the overclocking one and just keep me on the regular one. I'd rather have the mining laser be slightly worse and not have to replace it hardly ever. Because there is no repairing those. You just sell them. So sell the beautiful gemstone as well. And that's going to give me just some pocket change. But we got that done. But so you guys could have asked the question better, but you guys are trying to gather more of an opinion because me and your friend definitely on the fence in one. Yeah, no, it wasn't. To be clear, I'm not trying to be mean about it. I didn't want to misrepresent it, where like you were saying, do you recommend it, or is it just kind of the game loop I'm doing? And it's kind of like, okay, well, actually, recommend isn't the word I like to use. I am enjoying playing it. To be clear, I was given a key by the devs. So, like, that's, you know, full disclosure and all that kind of thing, but I'm under, like, no, like, contractual obligation to say nice things about their game or anything like that. But, I'm enjoying the game loop. Obviously, we'll see how it is after 100 hours or whatever, if I'm like, you know, screwed this game, or like, you know, still super into it. That only time will tell. Alright, rather than go to a planet I already know what's on it, let's go check this one. We want to find copper. Or other cool materials. But yeah, so it is a game loop. If you're on the fence about it and you're not sure about spending the money, it is early access. It could be very much well as one to keep an eye on and wait till it's more done, as it were. That said, like I said, I'm having a good time with it. I did notice Steam did add a check mark where you could hide early access. And thank you, Sniper, for the 50 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Do hope you're enjoying the stream. So I had a pretty good chuckle about that. That, you know, Steam has a thing that's like, hey, are you tired of early access? You can click on this to I went into the gravity and now I'm blocked by it. So I need to go a little bit farther out because my ship gains power through solar and there's no solar. Because we're on the wrong side of the planet. But once they clear the atmosphere, that should fix itself again. Yeah, no, early access can be fun. I definitely get the early access fatigue quite often, where you're like, you know what I want to do? I want to just be able to finish this game. That definitely happens to me a lot. Especially, like, not this one, but, like, the survival crafter genre, especially. So, like, your 7 Days to Die, Ark Survival, those style games, Valheim. I love those games, but man, I am tired of going and being like, yep, can't wait to finish this someday when it's fully implemented. 5 years later, still early access. Just so easy to burn yourself out in the game while it's still half-baked. Alright, so what we got going on this planet? Watch, she'll go and land, it'll be something like really cool, like bountiful gems extracted or something. I don't think that'll be a thing. I think the extraction nodes will be base materials, especially early on. But just something where it'll be like, oh, this is a much better planet. I don't think it will be. Alright, so there is more ore types to be collected here. So we've got 8 regular ore types that are of unknown. Oh yeah, I think you gave me the stuff I don't care about, right? No, Silkit's fine. It was, there's like a purple stuff. I must be thinking a different type of node. Yeah, the ethium dust, that's right. Okay. Because the dust doesn't weigh hardly anything. It's not worth hardly anything. I know it's used in some crafting. And I'm hoping that, like, we'll just get enough of it and be able to come up with a new recipe that I can craft into something a little bit better. But I also kind of still want to mine them because there's rare stuff you can get out of these. Like, all the different ore nodes. So I kind of want to tinker and, like, okay, can you get me diamond? Can you get me, you know, precious gemstones? Like, what's on your loot table? Is there anything I want to kind of go out of my way for? Hopefully we find something new here. There's a cool, like, shimmer around the edge of the screen because this planet's a frozen planet. I've also noticed my heat is a problem in the other direction. We're getting too cold. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, like, holding the mining drill going is slowly helping get my temperature back up. That might be the real catch. There's a whole thing about what you can survive in your spacesuit. I'm suspecting a planet like this is cold enough. We might not be able to base on here until we get, like, spacesuit upgrades because it's too cold for us to walk around in. Hello, you. That's something new. A brine wise water geyser. Use module to collect water. Okay. And then what are you on the surface? Okay, we've got coal again, but we got something else. Can't seem to scan it. Let me get out of the atmosphere for a minute. So we don't freeze. Alright. Turn around and go right back down. And see if we can't figure out. Looked like it might be pyrite, but I can't say with any level of confidence. But for some reason it's fighting me on scanning, and I don't know why. It could be that that's what freezing does, is freezing just makes a bunch of systems not work. Ooh, are a bunch of these on the cold dark side of the planet? 1 second. So we've got 3 on the dark side of the planet, 2 which only show up in one of the specific spots, and then 2 more that'll show up anywhere on the planet. Not a huge fan of the dark side of the planet ones. Gotcha. So, when the ship freezes, I can't run my modules. Okay, so if we look at this one, I think we will just go on to the next planet. And the reason I'm saying that is with my modules continuously shutting off because it's getting too cold, I'm not going to be really able to gather resources very much. And the stuff that's on the dark side of the planet, having it so my power keeps also not recharging because of the dark side, I don't think we're going to scan for and collect those. I didn't see any materials that are too exciting. Looks like there might be a crater over here, so I'm going to angle towards that crater. I'll check out, because we're basically, since we have our base here, we're kind of just exploring. I didn't really get that many materials from the planet, unfortunately. It was just a thing that the materials I was finding are very light materials that aren't very valuable, which is fine. But the end result of that being, I was just filling up my inventory with junk I don't really care about. Okay, so we've also got nodes for base stuff here as well. Oh, lots of things we haven't identified. Scanning is too weak. Scanning is too weak. Scanning is too weak. Okay, well this is an interesting problem. Alright, so it's looking like our scanner is not going to help us here. I've got all 3 of those node types, and I can't scan any of them. Let's see, you're trying to work out how much of an MMO this is. After selecting the regions, the US, Asia, it's split into more servers. Yes, so you choose like US, and then you choose what they call a quadrant, which is effectively its own little server. Now, I don't believe you can switch ever from, like, if you start on an E or a US server, I don't believe there's a means to move your stuff from a US server to like an Asian server, for example. But I do believe you can, I mean, I not only believe you can move your people between different, like if you're on a US server, you can switch from one US server to the other. You will have your character will forget what materials were on what planets and a couple other things like that. And I suspect that's because there's probably procedural generation of some kind that your different quadrants will be different. I don't know that for a fact. That's my guess as to the why. But as far as the MMO aspect goes to it, mostly you see other people in the galaxy, and I imagine you're going to be mildly competing for locations to build bases. But overall, the MMO part of it seems to be pretty light. To a degree, if they just went, nah, never mind, it's single player, I wouldn't mind. I don't think they'll do that. But my case in point being, like, if you're looking for, like, a World of Warcraft with spaceships or something like that, it's not going to deliver. Alright. That's all sulfuric acid. Yeah, so the only three I've got left were those three that my scanner wasn't strong enough to do. And that one was another planet, was just mostly iron. Let's pull up the map now. So you're leaving there. Yeah, so that one had copper. That one has iron. This one is hostile to us so far as environment. And that one I need better tech. So we're looking at the third planet in the system has the copper I need. And then there's more for us to tour on it. That's the fourth planet. Okay. Gotcha, so I kind of almost need to go... There's the second one. There's the third one. Let's see, besides there's already a World of Warcraft space, it's Star Wars Galaxies, the older MMO. I mean, okay, to be fair though, that's more focused on just basic Star Wars things, versus when I'm talking MMO in space, I'm talking like EVE Online, which would be an MMO in space, which does already exist. But you can actually have them where they're all over the place as far as what they offer and whatnot. Star Citizen? That's not a real game. That's a playtest. I'm teasing. I'm being unfair to it. It's real to you. Hey, always hold the hopes and dreams, man. Nah, I was someone who kickstarted that, and then when they started the whole thing where it's like, you can buy this ship, you just need to drop another extra $200. You can buy this eventual plot of land on this virtual planet that doesn't exist yet. You know, it's just several, like, tens of thousands of dollars. That really killed my entire excitement for the game. Because I understand their angle is that it's not a microtransaction, it's so you can show extended support and yada yada, and fair enough. But after having one of the single most successful Kickstarters of all time, doing that felt real scummy to me. And I realized that's a me problem. I get that. But I tried to play one of the earlier versions, and it was back when Star Citizen was just slideshow, like, no matter what you were running. And I know it's way better now. I just haven't given it the time of day. And I acknowledge that. Yesterday? Nah, this would be when the game was you could go into a hangar and look at your ship. You couldn't fly it. Couldn't do that, but you could look at it. It was available to look at. you could play Spaceship Garage Simulator. So that's been a while back. But yeah, no, that was rough on the performance. I did at one point debate. Who did, was it Italics I saw doing it? I did debate at one point booting it up and then starting a run where we deliberately got rid of everything and doing a zero to hero kind of thing. Because I remember people talking about, I guess you could pick up trash around the space station. Oh, there we go with the copper. You pick up trash around the space station and make like tiny bits of money and all that kind of stuff. And that kind of appeals to me in a big way. Like, I love my zero to hero kind of runs in games. I love those slow burn challenges. I didn't end up doing it because like I needed to load it all and I had to go and like look up my account information, then interest waned fairly rapidly. But you know. Yeah, no, I mean, like, genuinely, it's, like, not that problematic. Ammo? Let's see. You do love to run into a bunker with a pistol and only a single mag of an MMO, zero to hero that way. Yeah, and there's a lot of them, like, so I play a really, really wide range of games in the channel. So like I'll do your farming simulator style games. I'll do your like Stardew Valley style games, which to be clear, when I'm talking farming simulator, I mean, you know, capital F farming simulator, like you're gonna get in tractors and all that, but starting with absolutely nothing and working your way up from that. We've done that in a lot of games. Like we've done like The Sims, we've done that kind of nonsense with. We did Paralives, we were doing that as well. Whenever I do Project Zomboid, I do, like, that one, it's not money. I do the equivalent where you start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 anything, and just gotta make it work. I'm appreciating the amount of copper on this planet. I'm finding more and more overall, I'm liking using the basic mining drill over the overcharged one, because it's very, very slowly draining my battery. So it's easy to handle. It does overheat me, but that's also much slower too. Let's see, allegedly Star Citizen has base building, farming, and fishing. Paralives seems cool. You need to spend more time in it. Yeah, Paralives, I would definitely make my argument that it's got a really good start. And I do think they have the correct focus in that they're trying to focus on the simulation human side of it. Whereas for comparison, Inzoi, you know, it looks way nicer, but they focused entirely on the tech side of it. And so when Inzoi dropped, the human simulation side of it was actually pretty shallow and empty for the most part. But, you know, they had some snazzy tech in there. Whereas Paralives, it's got some rough edges on the tech side. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. But, like, the human stuff is working. It's got a lot of bugs. It is not a game short on bugs. Granted, most of the bugs are just chill stuff. There's a couple that are a little weird, that just, you know, it desperately needs some polish. But by focusing on the simulation, you can still, like, do your stories. Because ultimately those games, you know, the joke when, like, The Sims first came on, it is, you know, your digital dollhouse or whatever. That was just the way people trying to explain it called it. But they've done a very good job of doing that. Whereas, like some of the tech in Inzoi where you can make the towns look more or less scummy and all that, I was still pretty bummed about the generative AI garbage in there, which is the reason I haven't gone back to it at all. It's one of the only games I kind of regret streaming, because I have a pretty strict, you know, no gen AI on the channel. And that one was the one, like, the one and only time I let that slide, and I kind of regret that. A big part of why it got let slide is because, while I've enjoyed The Sims over the years, The Sims definitely has some pretty egregious behavior when it comes to, like, microtransactions and all that. Okay, and that should be enough. Let's see, Star Citizen has 1 to 3 good patches, and then a new feature comes out that destroys it. Yep. It's hard for you to keep the momentum with Star Citizen, given all the bugs prohibiting me doing what you want. Yeah. No, I've got some friends of the channel who are pretty big into the Star Citizen. Like Bognagus has played a lot of Star Citizens. And, like, I followed his content forever before I started streaming. And, like, definitely he's one of the people who's been around here a lot. Very, very much in the lurker camp. Which, not trying to do a call out or anything there. But, you know, that's someone who's, like, big onto it. There's been, like, I know Italics has done some Star Citizen. I'm pretty sure it was who did the Zero to Hero or whatever I was talking about earlier. I could be mixing that up with someone else. Yeah, no, I followed Bognagus back in the Elite Dangerous days, before Star Citizen was really a thing. Used to watch him, Hello, It's Colo, Malik VR, and a couple of others. I was never really considered org play. You hate feeling committed like that. Man, that is... whatever kind of storm is going on outside. Nature needs to calm the hell down. Just like this steady rumble. It was like thunder, but it was just... you know, instead of just like the... and it's done, it was doing that rumbling a little bit. You like running the orgs, helping others have purpose, gives you purpose? Yeah, no, back in the day, I used to run a corp in EVE Online called Battle Stars. Like, it ended up becoming like a really big, well-known PvP corp for a very long time, that we were big players in a lot of the wars in the game. And I very much enjoyed doing that. But, genuinely I learned a lot about running businesses and all that from that, because I had started that late teens, early 20s or whatever. And genuinely I learned more about, like, how to run a successful business from that game than my actual business courses in college. Let's see, Star Citizen is missing all the tools that really allow orgs to thrive like they do in EVE. Yeah, I haven't played EVE in forever. EVE was one of those games I'd be like, I need to quit and not come back to this game. Like, this game is just taking too much of my time, and I am playing it on nostalgia, not on its own merits anymore. And it was definitely after, like, the third time I had kind of, you know, I'm going to use the term relapsed, and went back to it. That was like, no, took my carrier, jumped it into a wormhole, put it into a player-owned station that was friendly at the time, that I knew was not going to stay friendly, and just docked it right, well, not docked it, but, like, parked it right inside the bubble there. And just all that stuff, because it's like, you know what, this way, if I ever come back, if I ever relapse again, the first thing I'm going to see is I'm going to log into that character, potentially get punted out of a player-owned station and killed, or be trapped in a wormhole where I do not have a way to get myself out. There's virtually nothing in game for orgs either. You've leaned way more into the industrial side of Star Citizen, though. Occasional shenanigans, gotcha. But yeah, no, I played tons of EVE, and I really enjoyed that. Like, I did tons and tons of PvP. I also, like, had the Excel spreadsheet that would have a web reference to the prices of stuff in different areas and all that. So I could go on the game, and I could hit a button to, like, pull from the API to refresh the prices in the areas operating. And that way, you know, I could go and be like, okay, well, I'm going to produce the ammo, because right now the materials to get the ammo is cheap. So I can basically take those materials in, put ammo out. I make a, you know, hefty profit on it. That's good. Or whatever kind of stuff going on. I used to do all that. The other thing I'd do is I would do all sorts of cornering the market shenanigans where I was operating because it's a quieter part of the universe. So I'd put out buy orders. Like, one of the go-tos was always ammo because people always need it. So you put out these buy orders for ammo. So any ammo under a certain price, you'd buy it up and you'd throw it back in the market for a surcharge. I also liked having that spreadsheet because I'd go through a bunch of different stuff and I'd check to see how much it cost to produce stuff, and the number of times that people just didn't pay attention and then they would toss stuff up for sale for less than the value of the ore that thing was made out of. And you're just like, okay, like, I'll just take this and melt it down for the ore. You played some Elite Dangerous as well. That one's insane with the solar scraping and thing. Very impressive. Never gave Odyssey the DLC try though. Yeah, no, Elite Dangerous is one of my most played games on the like on here. I used to do like the VR stuff in that as well. Like, this is all before streaming, so it's still on my most played games on Steam. And yeah, like, I dropped around Odyssey. There was some things in how they approached Odyssey that didn't sit well with me. And then when Odyssey came out, when it first dropped, it was a pretty big mess. I understand it's better, but the Odyssey content is still just kind of okay. It's not good, it's just okay. You really enjoyed descending the station and trading as well? Never got very good at it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're gonna do, like, the I'm quartering the market shenanigans in EVE Online, the first thing you gotta realize is you cannot do it in busy areas. Because it's gonna be you and everyone else trying to, like, manipulate and corner the market. And the reality, when you have that many people effing with the market, it kind of becomes its own, like, check and balance, that you don't have that power. But if you find some, like, backwater hole of, like, Minmatar space or whatever, you know, where it's like, there was, like, a pocket of high sec trapped inside low sec, where not many people go, there's not that many players there, and that's where you could, like, really abuse the markets, because that means you had a very captive audience. But you're just watching a video about some big war they did with aliens. It looked pretty impressive. Gave organization. Oh yeah, the Thargoid Wars. The Thargoid content is one of the best things they ever added to Elite. The first time you got pulled out of warp by a Thargoid, it was just one of those, like, super chilling things. And I did that in VR and just like... it was like, this is my safe space. You're not allowed to take me from my safe space. That's illegal. Right, so what the was I making? So I'm happy with the mining drill there. I'm not going to make another one of the overloaded ones. Right, so... Extractor. So the extractor requires the motor was the big component I needed for that. And that's a metal sheet and 5 magnet coils. The metal sheet is easy. We go boom, and my metal sheet's done. Alright, so magnet coils, I need a bunch of wire. Yeah, no, like, the things that happened to Elite Dangerous, like, they had, a group of players who would help you, like, if you got stranded out there with no fuel, the fuel rats would come and help you. 100% just a thing that players doing to support other players, and that was always a commendable thing. That for people doing, like, PvP, it was kind of one of those things, they're like, hey man, you could do whatever one in PvP, but don't you dare F with the fuel rats. Like, everyone on this server, like, everyone on this game will hunt you down if you mess with the fuel rats. Because they are nothing but the nicest people who are genuine heroes in the game. And all they want to do is help new players who get stuck or people who just aren't paying attention and all that. So ganking them is kind of an off-limits. We will find you. We will come after you. You do not mess with the fuel rats. Let's see, you're in Medrunner and Starcraft. You're like a trauma team for the Star Citizens that people try to gank us all the time. Yeah, and that's, it's definitely one of those things that, depending on the community around game, you can have very different experience. And I found Elite Dangerous broadly speaking, everyone is very supportive of each other. Like, you'll even have the whole thing where they have, like, the Empire war with the Federation war going on, and even the players between those two sides will be incredibly friendly and supportive. They're still going to fight you, and they're still going to make sure they win their engagements or whatever. But, like, they're going to be like, hey, you know, good fight and all that. Not that there's no trolls or ganking, but they mostly pick on new players right outside the new player systems, and the devs realized that was a problem and gave the new players ways to kind of get around them. Alright, so we got our motor built. And then for the extractor, I also need 4 concrete. Basic game equivalent is shooting at the soldier's mech technically at the table, but the soldiers don't react well to it. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for the Star Citizen one, but yeah, no, there's just certain things when you do them in the game that people do not respond well to it. Alright, iron deposit. Drill is go. And my assumption is that you don't have power and you're not gonna work. Yeah, status not connected. So my assumption that we need to get power online. That said, I'm leaning towards just going ahead and making the other drill first. That they're both in place. And then we can see about the power. Okay, so I've got you. And there's the motor. And then we can get another thing of concrete. We can toss down the other extractor. And I think the next move after that is going to be, again, figuring out what it's going to take to make solar happen. Okay. There's the other deposit. Okay, so that'd be the stuff there. Alright, so we have solar, assembler. This pole can support electrical cables that can connect the base's power grid to another building. Plug a cable into it and target the top of the pylon to push E. Okay. Drone dispatcher, smelter, assembler, warehouse. Alright, so that's just a magnetic coil. And just double checking, you're going to say you don't have power as well, right? Energy production 50 MA. Okay. This is energy production. Alright, let's go ahead and get the cable going. So I need to make another magnetic coil. It looks like I just need some more wire for that. Put over here, I guess. And I'm gonna need more copper wire, it looks like. Yep, there is base building. It's got production lines and everything here. I haven't done much of it. Yes. Yes. The drills live. Okay, so those are gonna get me the iron and the coal on their own now. Right now they're just gonna sit inside those drills though. So then that brings up the next thing to consider. You had no idea this was here. You thought it was just ship stuff to space stations? Yeah. We're definitely going to need more power later. So we've got the smelter. This building converts raw ore into industrial ingots. As an automated alternative to the manual smelter, it can be functional continuous with no human input, which makes it appropriate for large scale. So I need one stainless steel plate in concrete. That's fine. So let's check here. Do we have what I need for a stainless steel plate? No, I need to find aluminum, which I do not have handy. Alright. So then, let's dump our stuff off here and see where we can figure out to locate aluminum. Oh, give me that back. I want the gems. We'll drop all this stuff off here. Okay, so we can go here. I believe we have the encyclopedia. And go to aluminum nugget, which is not listed there. Alright, let's go ahead and take you off of here. Okay. So you can scroll down to the types of ore. And see if any of these mention aluminum nuggets specifically. They do not. Alright, so there is other things we can build. So there is a landing pad, that's stainless steel plate, so that's aluminum. The drone port, stainless. So I'm understanding all of this is locked behind stainless. But the point is, our space station, or our thing is online here. It is pulling up materials. I don't know what its maximum storage is. Okay, so we will need drones if we want to add a route, and the route would ultimately let me put it into a warehouse or whatever. Okay, so let's see. On this planet, we have the pyrite. The other thing we can do is we did find there was stuff that we could not scan. I have a fairly crap scanner. I'm coming to the realization getting a better scanner is not going to matter that much. Hi.
Hi. Can you go off mic for just a second?
Sure. Alright. We just need to ask the name of a place that's nearby, so didn't want to dox ourselves.
Nope.
Okay. So, money. We need money. Now, the question for the money side of things is, what do I want to do for the money? And also, like, what else? Because we can build a bunch of modules. That's a consideration to have. Spectral resource detector. Use this to analyze the comparison to database. To detect and identify known resources from afar. So I've got that. That's going to take more system spots. Overclocked mining tool, we already looked at that, and like I said, I'm finding I actually don't like that. It says in the blurb it is online. Is it multiplayer? Yes. I mentioned earlier on, it seems to be multiplayer like No Man's Sky multiplayer. There are other people in the universe, but you're not getting randomly ganked or anything like that. You get the small radiator. Yeah, so all those are going to require, like, expansions there. We got our gems. So really what I probably should be doing here is taking a bunch of this junk and then just selling it. So let's grab a bunch of this up. I'm actually trying to think, because if I sell all the stuff, that means I gotta go find it again when I need it. But I think that's just the reality of this entire... keep the aluminum, that's kind of a pain to get a hold of. Alright, so we got the... Well, actually, let's bring the gems with us as well. We do have a lot of inventory space left. It's fine. So I'm gonna need to just make some money for a while. Okay. We'll try and get a bunch of this so we can make money. And then, with us making the money, I should be able to unlock where we can get our bigger ships. And I'm figuring we just do this while we try and find aluminum. And when we find aluminum, then we can start working on the next building. We'll just keep expanding what we've got in our operation. That'll be good. As I get the automated smelter, I could just come back to steel. Yeah, I think it was the sandstone. Okay, so we still have just over 100 units of cargo left. And there's just a bunch more iron. But it'll be interesting with the drill setup, because then in theory I could probably set up to just smelt the iron endlessly and then make steel endlessly. Because steel is very, very slow to produce. And it's worth a decent amount. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. So I could just have it sit there and cook and make me whatever steel I need. And I want to say the thing where I can build more chunks to my ship uses steel as well. So I could sit there and focus on that for the steel. And then run around myself and get like the copper and whatever else we need. Yes. So if we look at the tech tree here, the one I want now is right here. No, is it this spot? No, it's Ship of Steel. Yeah, so you'll see up here where it has all these. These are hull chunks. that I can go and build to make my ship bigger. And it's going to give me like the support hardware and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what that requires. It looks like just microchips and wires, which is not that bad. Yeah, it's still not that bad. Yeah, so it'll be steel and aluminum. Yeah, so your ship is very modular. So I actually have the exact same modules that pretty close to everyone gets, plus, you know, the mining drill and all that upgrades I've added. But as far as the hull itself, it's the same as everyone else. I just took the time to customize and rearrange it. So, like, the orange things on the top that look kind of like a weird spoiler, that's actually, like, the TIE Fighter-style wings, or I guess more TIE Interceptor-style wings, that the ships... Well, I guess TIE Defender-style... Sorry, TIE Bomber-style wings. It doesn't matter. But they're... It kind of has, like, a TIE Bomber look when you start the game. But I just took the time to, like, rearrange them such that the ship has a little bit more interesting of a design. Come on, aluminum. Come on, aluminum. Give me aluminum. Nah, aquamarine. Baked me out. Okay, so we're a little overweight. We did not get the aluminum, but that's okay. Let's grab the silicate. Because I'm overburned. But yeah, so you can make your ship... I don't know what the limits are. Like, looking at our ship right now, I genuinely don't know. Oh, I guess if we go over the system, we lose efficiency. Okay. But yeah, so, like... genuinely don't know, like, what constraints you run into, other than you've got, like, a system point thing that's determined by your hull. And that to get more hull, I have to, like, add those hull modules. And that's the reason I want to beeline to that, is because we're riding up pretty hard on that limit. But if I can start producing hull modules, I don't mind making a big chunker of a ship. And just gradually expanding our capabilities. And then discovering what limitations cause us the most grief. Yeah, when I pull in here, almost no one has customized their ship beyond just painting it a color or whatever.
Docking procedure started.
Okay. Yeah, so if you look at, this is the same style that your ship starts as. And almost everyone's like that, but with guns in different places. Whereas I gave myself like a flat design with like the little almost spoilers. Looks like this person customized theirs more. Yeah, so they kind of, this person like raised their cockpit up and shoved it forward. Not a major change, but at least enough to make it not look the exact same as all the other ships. And you got Rhino under 60 stream streak, catch the last 60 streams, not miss a single one. What I could do here is, let's make some money. And once I make that money real fast... Okay, let's just keep checking the lab. Once we make the money from quickly selling our materials, there is a thing about, going to the mining bureau and buying access to a restricted area. I might give that a go. I've been holding off because it was something like 400 credits or 300 credits. It was not an insignificant amount, but at the same time, you know, money. See if we can't get anything worthwhile. Yeah, I can see the benefit, like, you get yourself your smelter set up at home, and all that. And especially, I don't know, there's got to be a limitation on how many bases you can build as well. It might just be the one, it might be 3, I don't know. But, I could definitely see turning that passive income into a thing to make your life easier. Because even if it's not a huge amount of money, passive is always one of those things that no matter what you're doing, successfully or unsuccessfully, you're always getting that trickle feed of cash. And so far we've only seen the coal and the iron, neither of which is super valuable, but still a trickle feed of income. Alright. And like, we could make this into steel for even more money, but the steel just takes forever. You have to sit here and watch the crafting, or can you walk away? Unfortunately, with this one, the manual one, you have to stand here. The one at your base, people have said you can just be like, shove the stuff in and walk away. Which is one of the reasons why, like, the game is being like, hey man, go make your base. It is to make incentives, because in this game's lore, it's like a hyper-capitalist, you know, dystopian future, where you were indebted, and you won a lottery to be allowed the privilege of becoming, like, an explorer or whatever, but you go horrifically in debt to do it. I shouldn't say horrifically, you take on a considerable debt to do it. But like in the consider like most games that you acquire a debt, it's a pretty mild debt by comparison to a lot of the other games. But it's one of those things, like every time I run that, it's charging me just a little bit of money. It's not that much. It's not like one of those things you have that happen, you're like, oh my god, this is so terrible. But you are getting nickel and dimed by the company left and right. It's not like one of those things that you're trapped and you'll just continuously go deeper and deeper in debt. Okay, 700 bucks. That puts us up to 2,000. So let's go ahead and check with this restricted area thing that the Mining Bureau wants us to buy, as my list of objectives continues to grow. Where is on my list? Yeah, okay, so it's MB star S1 restricted areas. Buy the location of a restricted area.
Do you need any help?
I need to locate something.
Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
Sure. It's a new restricted area was added. But I didn't actually see where.
Thanks. You can come back anytime if you need more.
Do you give me a log or where it is? Because it said it added to the map. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's all the way over there. That's fine. I was just saying, it's like I paid for it. I couldn't figure out where it was. It's fine. We got the marker on the map. We're good. It just had the text telling me I had gotten it, and I didn't get a chance to read it fast enough before it was gone, so I completely missed where it said to go. Oh, it's 5.3. Okay. I was reading as 530. I was like, but what did I do?
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
Okay, so while we're undocking, I can't pull up the map. We just need to figure out the 2 jumps we need to get to this restricted area, because I haven't done a restricted area yet, so let's check that out. So we need to go to Vicea, and then to IU. So we're looking for the star Vicea. And IU. There we go. Restricted area over here. And we'll see if we get anything cool out of it. One thing I am... Oh, well, actually... Okay, so I was looking at being like, oh man, we have 2 trade missions that, like, one just the 10 times the other. I'm noticing one is through sales and the other is through the Trade Nexus, which I guess might be trade with other players or something like that. So, like, maybe I'm just doing the trade through the company versus the trade through the Nexus. You know, potentially would give me stuff that isn't available with the company, like buying up modules directly. Okay. Supposedly at the restricted area. Lot of frame lag here. See what shows in the map. Yeah, there's something to the northwest of me. More over here. Okay. So let's go see what this building is. Probably also scan for things as they're moving along. Yeah, possibility of giving you aluminum, so we're gonna definitely stop for you real quick. Well, there's titanium. That's not what I was looking for, but also something I want. It honestly feels like the sandstone is kind of the grab bag of materials. That it's not particularly good for getting anything but silicate, but it does just give you a bunch of random things that are relatively good, like random gemstones and all that. Okay. Furyk isn't worth much. pyrite we haven't gotten many times. People seem to seek it out, so it must either be worth something or something I should pay attention to. Why is there like one puff of smoke here? Nothing. Alright. This looks like another planet we'll find stuff on the dark side. I'm assuming for the dark side stuff, we'll just want to have a huge battery to drop in, mine a bit, then we'll have to like leave or whatever. Or we're going to need something like being able to put a fuel-based recharging on our ship where I can bring fuel with me to slowly burn to recover the charge. But we'll see. Okay, so we're about to reach this. Local Intelligence Center. All right. So far, we're not seeing anything about, but it says locate and complete. And pop in here and see what we got. Have a created or joined one yet? Not yet. I know Ultra made one. I debated joining that one. I'm not sure if Ultra's going to play more or not. Like I haven't reached out one way or the other and heard anything. Okay. I understand. Give it all to me. I'd like to join one with you when you figure out what you're doing. That's fair. What I could probably do is, DM Ultra and see what the plans there are. Oh, I see which type of puzzle this is. So that wires that up. We grab you, plug those in. That opens this door. Take everything. This one only requires one, so we'll open that door first. Give me all that. I think it's basically like a guild where you can do quests. Yeah, that's my impression as well, is that there would be like a shared experience you could do. So now I can grab both of you, which lets me free up these two. All right. And you just move the batteries through the whole process. You're super tempted to get this game too, but you're all in on POE2 right now and you're not sure you can get another one. Yeah, at least this game doesn't seem to have like seasons or anything like that. A fair gemstone and a blueprint wire, so being able to make wire out of iron ingots instead. Emergency protocol, all doors opened. Blueprint metal sheet with copper. I think I already got one of those. Exporting data. Alright. Conglomerates are companies with multiple subsidiaries across multiple industries. To be recognized as a conglomerate by the Republic, a company must maintain a market share of at least 20% across 3 or more distinct sectors. Other than the company, there are only 4 entities currently considered a conglomerate. IUOB, Stellar Engineering, NEMA Group, and Aeroscorp. Any suggestions on decent base locations? Or what you should be looking for? For a base location, I found a number of planets that have 2 resources that have the square icon, so they're underground resources you can't mine yourself. I think the idea is locate those and put your stuff near one of those. I think the idea you're gonna want to aim for. Yeah, iron, copper is basics. Iron, coal is steel. Aluminum, copper is stainless. Yeah, and I've that's not my ship. I've only managed personally to find iron and coal. But as far as I was concerned, iron and coal make steel, which is pretty straightforward. And that seems like a perfectly reasonable one to start off with. Iron and copper does feel like it'd be a really good choice, though. Okay, and see what this says for the rest of the materials on this planet. We got 2 in a location and 1 only on the dark side. Alright, so let's go and see what cool materials we could find here before we head back. And meanwhile, while we're flying over here, let me just take 2 seconds. Alright. I don't get an answer today, I don't think. Not for a while, at least. Oh. Still had my keyboard set there thing, that's fine. Staring off in the middle distance intensifies. Yeah, no, as, for others I know who jumped on the same server, whatever, as I did, I was basically just being like, hey, what's your plan so far as Corpo/guild goes? That way you can figure out what I'm doing. Because I don't mind starting one. My fear is because of content creation things and not being able to stay in one game very long and only being able to play around stuff when I have time, which can be very hit and miss a lot of the time. Like, leading it makes me curious, because I don't know how good their tools are so far as, like, making second-in commands or, what, like, officers or whatever terminology they want to use. But, like, you know, people to split the load up. Okay. You're doing very hit and miss on your playtime in games. You're not currently hyper-focused in a game. Yeah. You kind of like the ship looks kind of like Luke's land spear. I can see it. Oh, we've been waiting to do this. You? Is there a lock on here? Alright. Your ship is now ready to blast some shell resource, blasting at them. FPS are top of the line in a short distance. Hey! Okay. You made a lot of money destroying shells. They drop many luxury gemstones. Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. Alright. So definitely want to check those in the future. Alright. Yeah, and I'll probably do my own corp thing. Alright, well, if I remember, we could go ahead and we can create a corp. Warning, any inappropriate name including offensive language or political content may be deemed harmful under the Section 42, Paragraph 66, undefined of the Code of the Galactic Republic. The offending corporation assets will be seized, and the corpo manager will be subject to sanctions ranging from the fine to complete disposal of its body by the Galactic Compliance Police. You have been warned. Mostly ethical corp. Create group. Are you sure you'd like to name your corp Mostly Ethical Corp? Yes. Aw, yeah. Toggle member commands. Manage groups. Okay, so we have...
Hello, traveling worker. I am contacting you on behalf of the Republic's Corporation Desk to confirm that you are now legally bound to a corpo. This affiliation does not affect your ongoing arrangement with the company. You are invited to visit our branch office in Helicom and pick up your first corpo request. We have a variety of available requests submitted to the Corpo Administration Desk by prestigious clients. In anticipation of your visit, farewell.
Okay. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah, I'll get you an invite. You might have to be physically next to you for an invite? I have no idea how it works. I assume your in-game username is Sentient Cookie? Because I can look and figure it out. And then with or without the underscore. Got a tickle in the back of the throat. Sorry. Alright. They have managed groups. Here we go. Add a member. So I'll go Sentient Cookie. And it looks all correctly typed. Alright. So if anyone does join on and would like to join the corp and all that stuff, that's no problem. I have no problem doing it. I don't have any specifics on that. So it looks like we can actually research stuff in the corpo and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. There's rankings and all that. I am not going to fuss with 90% of this right now, but we'll be curious about any of that. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can grab our inventory real fast and dump some stuff. So go ahead and drop like a unit or two of this shit ought to do it. Okay. So with that, the rest of my materials... Let's see, if you go to stations, you can grab Corpo contract for supplying. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, is it give me more opportunities for stuff to do. Okay, so I've got one there. I actually have, at a different point of interest, we could potentially find one of the other materials. But that'll be interesting. I assume that ultimately that helps your corpo so far as like ranking and all that goes, but in addition to that, is an alternate means of making income. All right. Yeah, right now I can't really see the chat because my contracts are covering the whole left side of the screen. And I'm just letting my ship recharge before we go in the darkness. Because once that happens, I'll just start draining power. It does feel like it's worth making lots of explosives. We could break those things. Okay. Your run with like 50 missiles was like 3k credits. Okay, so I believe we got the nighttime ore, but we didn't get the point of interest ore. Which is marking the purple point of interest and the blue point of interest. So now I just need to limp along until we're back in the range. Yeah, no, if you have your battery up, what happens is once you go in the dark, your battery will start to drain, and when it bottoms out, you get kicked down to 15. So that's why I'm at 15 now. It's because my battery, I didn't use it going in there. And I just waited till it depleted down to nothing, and that's when we're like, okay, it's time to turn back. Alright, meanwhile, let's check out this. You have 3 batteries, your drain is very big. Yeah. So I got this. Amusingly enough, I could create the corpo, and then immediately be like, deuces after having the next person come in. We've got license, there's corporate culture, which we acquire through whatever these brackets here are, these green things. We can get a corporate ship, which allows us to have shared ships for people to use, in the command center and all that. So there's a bunch of its own leveling things. If you have more than one thruster, it is pretty bad, but there is the Quiet Whisper that is more efficient there. Yeah, I figured there would be like build setups for going stuff in the dark and all that. And we got all this stuff where I've unlocked some of the points here. Yeah, so like 350. Which is fine. Alright, so you should be getting pretty close to getting... Here, if we turn a little ways this way, we'll get out of the dark faster. You have 2 mining bases, but you also disabled one of them for now because you don't want to remove it. Yeah. Well, that's honestly not a bad move. So I should start getting power now any second. And then once I get power, we're going to run to this other thing just because I'm trying to scout it, because every time we finish scouting a whole planet, you get some explorer points. And then that's just information in the future where you're like, oh, I'm looking for this, where can I find it? There we go, so we're back in business. Oh, shipwreck! I've been told to look for these for a long time. Yeah, so it said gather debris nearby. Maybe I gather it from the ship, which would be a problem because it's dark. Okay. The SP threshold is a pretty good idea. You would almost double over the boost and immediately overheat your ship. Okay, let's get our power. And see if I need to do something like use the mining laser to cut it. Oh, it says land close to it. Okay, that's fair. Okay. So we're like stuck in the terrain. That's fine, so we'll just go to our ship now. That's another objective off the list. Okay, now I gotta go to the inventory, which is a mess. So let's see here. We can go ahead and again, the silicate's pretty heavy. Alright. Just hang over the purple node to check the last material on this planet. And then we'll have this planet all discovered, get the explorer points. How am I doing on my points while we're drifting along? So I'm Explorer 2, Technology 0, but about halfway through. In Science, I'm coming up at 3, Social 1, and Combat's not in yet. But it will be a thing during the early access. Okay, so we're about halfway there. We need to find another restricted area to check out for goodies. And get that off my list. We'll definitely need to make more explosives. Create a quantum beacon and gather information about a deposit. Okay. That's fine. The same planet I already... Yeah, that's the one I've already done. Yeah, my understanding was PvP was not a major intended thing. I don't know if it's gonna like straight up not have it at all, or if it's like not gonna be a priority. I don't actually know the answer to that question. My understanding is gonna be more like hunting pirates and all that, where you have like a whole cat and mouse game with them and all that. Okay, so we got there. So let's try and get back to Hypatia or whatever it is. All right. Cool, so look at all that's what quadrant are we in? It's like Inu search, like not Inu search, like Inu Siege. INUSEACH, I believe. You can see PvP being fun. Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind like PvP, like a tournament kind of thing, or like an arena you go into, or like, you know, the dark area or whatever they want to call it. You know, again, as you're saying, kind of an opt-in, like, hey, here's this one area, no holds bar. I don't even mind if it's a place that, like, you go there and it's got generally richer options for materials, like not materials exclusive to that area unless it's for PvP only equipment, like equipment only useful for PvP, I mean. But I don't mind it even giving like a little bit higher yield because you are in a dangerous place. But as long as it's not balanced entirely around that. But yeah, no, I'm definitely a fan of like, let people who want to do PvP have their ability to do the PvP. Let people who don't want to do the PvP have their ability to just basically avoid PvP in its entirety. So what do you got for me?
Is there any way I can help you?
Any requests available? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You finished learning about requests from Joseph in Helicon. I will worry about that when we get there. So let's go to the laboratory first. So we don't have enough of any of the gems to make that work. So the kaolinite and the calcite, I can either refine or sell. There's no more further research to do on them. So let's see. The calcite, I can process it, and it'll go up at a tiny bit in value. The silicate goes up a lot in value if I process it. And while that's processing really fast, I'm gonna step away just to grab myself a new drink. I'm not gonna bother going to the ad thing. I'll be right back. Or the away thing. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. I probably should get a chair command. It's not super often I walk away without putting up the away screen, but it happens. Alright, so that's a slower process. The titanium is an improvement. No, the people at Fractal did say they were going to send me a chair, it just hasn't happened yet. Because the Fractal chairs are really nice. And this poor chair needs to be taken out to pasture. Alright. Let's see, you need a new GT race one. I'll see if we taking it up. Thinking of her off chair is kind of nuts, though. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. Is like you can get some really nice, like really properly nice chairs that they're generally usually the best chairs are the like the business chairs, the high-end business chairs that last for like a ridiculously long time and are very comfortable. But it is just one of those things. You're like, okay, but that's a lot of money. Alright, so that's what we're gonna get for our missiles. Do I need to redo this? No. There's nothing more to deal with here, it doesn't look like. So let's pop over here. I've almost got the 50 quartz. I do see that we had calcified invariant. What did I need that? Okay, so save the calcified invariant. A crystal made mostly up of silica, a major component of many astronomical objects. Its numerous varieties have been traded in gemstones since the thing. I guess I'll leave that alone. The silicate I don't need. I don't need you. We'll get rid of the iron ingots. Let's see. The scrolls are the result of industrial disassembly. They cannot be reused without extensive processing at a recycling plant. I don't have one of those. Don't have one of those. Alright, we got a bunch of these gems. We can get rid of the copper, ingot, and iron. We'll keep that one. Ooh. You gave me a lot of goodies here. We got 2 blueprints, so we'll get rid of the thing. An experimental method of high-speed communication. This device can instantly pick up the position of the beacon it is paired with. Sure. I don't know if I should be selling that or taking it someplace else. I guess I'll just sell it. This hard drive contains valuable information, at least one conglomerate, that could interest people, but not all of them would put the same price on it. It says unsellable. So I'll get rid of the beacon thing. We'll sell that. And that should have us cleaned out relatively well. Let's try going, because it says the data down there. And it do mention that the Mining Bureau does get a bunch of data. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? So let's see if they'll buy that data.
Do you need any help? Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
Okay, so we gotta go all the way
Thanks.
back to
You
Janus.
can come back anytime if you need more.
Here at the Mining Bureau, our top priority is helping you work faster, smarter.
Alright, so... I'll just pretend we didn't see that. Alright, so we do have to unfortunately go a good ways back. We did jump from the 5 missiles we had before up to 15. The repair ship's damage. Refuel.
Port cleared. Do not die.
And with that, we got to get back to the Janus area. And then there's the restricted areas over there. So it does take you out of the sector. And it could be that maybe there's just one restricted area per sector. So we want to go to Scotto and Silid Mars, whatever. There's Scotto. Or Skako. And there's Silamar, Michelis, whatever. Silda, whatever. Okay. So now we go to Helaris. Alright, for where we need to go. And go to Janus to get me closer. Let's see. So I was wondering about crafting since it's in the name, but there doesn't seem to be any. Sorry if you missed that. Oh no, there's crafting. I can't do it in my ship, but I'm trying to see where the lines are. Okay, we're looking for QT. There. There's crafting. When you go back to either the station or the base, you've got like your different machines. So you got one machine that'll sit there and it'll smelt your ore down into like switching it from ore to bars, and you got a separate machine that looks like a 3D printer that you then craft materials using the 3D printer. But yeah, no, there's absolutely crafting in the game. It's pretty much where the cycle is: collect resources, return to base, craft those resources into more valuable resources, and then the next move from there is like, you know, crafting equipment, base stuff, whatever it is you're looking for. And then, you know, repeat as you unlock more things. Okay, so let's head over here. Now we'll worry about exploring more variety of stuff. Honestly, looking like we might have a bunch of people just chilling right there. So I guess we'll figure out, like, is the loot instanced in these things? Is showing up where someone already is, does that cause, like, grief? There is base building. There's base building that you put down, like, I've got 2 drills going, a main base, I can add my own smelters to it. And then it'll have, like, assemblers and all that, and I'll use drones to move stuff between it all and all that. And then, you know, the assumption would be I would get more stuff going from there. I haven't had a chance to fully explore that. That's actually what things we're actively working on. That's right. Okay, so we're doing this again. Crystal focusers. And nothing else. Oh, I can't crouch with these. I was gonna crouch with it and bring it through in case there was a puzzle like where I needed to bring this around. Some iron ingots. Yeah, it looks like that might be all that's back here. That's fine. Yeah, so it looks like I can't remove that one from the room. Yeah, because like I said, it seems like I can't crouch. That's fine. So those two I can't bring through on this one. So that's the curiosity here. So I've got the two here. I can't crouch while holding it. I don't see a door control on this side that'll let me get that through. If I remove either of those from that door, this door closes. There's also one right there, directly in front of me. Don't worry about it. Okay, we got a power efficient thing for one of our modules. So I guess at this point we're grabbing you and bringing these back over here. Copper and wire we don't care about. There's a lot of nuts. A blueprint for nuts and bolts that uses titanium. That's going to need to be, like, very large quantities to make that even remotely justifiable. Exporting data. Confirm. Most existing space stations in the Atlas galaxy are built and operated by the company. Its affiliate worker program helps it secure a quasi-monopoly in the extraction and processing of natural resources after the buyout of its competitor United Industries. It maintains a long-term partnerships with the Republic as well as other conglomerates. It is currently headed by Martin J. Miller. Alright, it says I found all the secrets. So you know what? I believe it. Discover and complete. It's not considering this complete. The other one had a handprint that once I hit it, it opened everything. Completed. It's not marking it. I mean, it says complete at the top. Maybe I have to leave it? Yeah, no, it does say completed. It's my quest thing on the left isn't updated. Okay, I had to, like, leave for it to count. That's fair. Alright, so that's another thing I don't need to do anymore because it's done. Except now it's told me to discover more restricted areas. Alright. Pretty cool how you can go to the building to the space without load screens. Oh, there's load screens. They're just hidden. But yeah, no, there's no perception of load screens. There's a few things in this game that are like quietly load screens, and they're handled very well. Like the docking sequence going into the station, that's a load screen. The elevator going up and down in the station, that's also a load screen. Okay, so you got all those up top. And... two of the resources are only thing. Yeah, this isn't me complaining. That's been a trick that games have used forever. The most famous, like, old school one is if you remember the really old, like, Mega Man and, Metroid games for, like, the Nintendo and all that. That they would have that weird door where you'd walk up the door would slowly come up, Mega Man would walk across the screen, then the other door would come up, and then there'd be the boss. That was a load screen. And the idea is it would take you longer to cross the map than it would take for it to actually load. You still, the still image when traveling between regions is a load screen. Yep. But yeah, so there's ways you can have load screens that are very jarring and really kind of take you out of it. And you can have load screens that are very uninvasive, that, you know, you can kind of hide them in the game, like, style that you wouldn't think much of it. Alright. So this is a planet that has copper deposits on the ground. What's at 60? Yeah, one's at 42. We'll go over there. Okay. Because we still want this money. We're really close to 3,000 that would, in theory, be able to upgrade the size of our ship. Which is another project I really want to get going. Okay. Yeah, 'cause the next one is that I want is yeah, it doesn't tell me any information about the module. Yeah, I'll go for the steel ones. The other thing that'll do is give me the shipyard at my base. And we get the shipyard at my base. It means I no longer have to, like, jump a system just to hit the space station to, you know, swap out a mining laser or whatever needs doing. But I don't think that'll be the priority. I think the industry is the bigger priority. but there's benefits there. Alright. Good news, this will be tons of copper. Okay. You went for Systems 2 first. You regret that decision, as now your SP is effed. You went to Systems 2 first. Oh, in your research? Oh, the modular Systems 2? Yeah, no, it's definitely like, I'm already at the point where I'm over my SP, so I'm taking a little bit of a penalty. And I haven't even fully upgraded my modules on there. I'm like, okay, well, these penalties are gonna get really nasty. Let's try and do it. And I'm hoping, with being able to produce the steel modules, I don't know what limitations we have on our ship so far as adding the modules to give us more SP. But definitely feels like I want to go hard on like just getting the ship to have all the modules and capabilities we can. I don't care if it flies like a bus. It's fine. As long as it can mine and store a lot. You know, make one trip, make a fortune, get back. Okay, we're getting pretty close to topped. I do appreciate that gave me a whole lot of copper right there. Didn't have to go anywhere. You know the slow burn type game? Yeah, no it is. Absolutely is. I enjoy slow burn type games though. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely times where the slow burn can get too slow burn. It's also probably one of those ones that, like, once you figure out the tricks, you can probably make things go way faster. Because from your understanding, structure adds SP, which is basically weight, and thrusters move with the amount of SP, which need power. Right, then you need solar panels. Right, so like I said, my expectation is there's going to be like some, whether it's a hard limit or a soft limit, there's going to be some limit where it becomes impractical. Whether it's, you know, trying to keep power going becomes too much of an issue, or, you know, you have some limitation in maneuverability that once you kind of hit a threshold, it's like, okay, but no, really, you can't turn at all hardly. That's just going to be frustrating, so, you know, that be the expectation. Alright, so we're basically full. Alright, so with that, we can find graphite just about anywhere. It's not marking us here, so let's race over to the next marker and see what's there. We got ourselves a full thing of materials to like drop off and all that. But yeah, no, it definitely seems like your basic fuselage and wings and all that gives you Alright, the fuselage gives you the ability to add more stuff. The wings make you more maneuverable. And then, you know, mining equipment and all that does what it's supposed to. But it seems like you can't really make any hull pieces early on. So you're kind of pretty heavily restricted. I'm trying to rush that restriction. Because it just feels like what I'd be able to do is continue to expand the ship, even if it's little by little. Alright. Okay, we've fully explored this. Those are 2 restricted areas. And I can keep trading for more, but I don't think we want to. With that, we can go right back to Janus and process our materials and sell. And I've got 2 different things that want me to go to the Terminus sector, which might be just worth doing. Hey, Cheesy, how's it going? Alright, let's rush on over here. So we go to Terminus, get some of these other ones knocked out, and just keep working on their stuff. Any way to move your base or even rotate it, or replace stuff? I didn't see a way. If you find one, I'd love to know. But it did seem like once I placed my base, it was kind of locked in. The only thing I could do is abandon it, and once it's done, once you've abandoned it, it's gone. Need T2 tool to delete and T3 for move. Gotcha. Okay, so it's progression locked, which okay. Not a huge fan of that one, just because it's so easy to misclick things and then be like, nope, not allowed. It is the thing that comes up when we're playing a lot of, like, you know, Tycoon or whatever games. Will make the comment about, I appreciate games being willing to allow you to move stuff and all that because of how easy it is to misclick, and then you're just committed. And a lot of games they'll give you like half your resource back. What's a trade box for? I have no idea. Oh, guild member gifting? Gotcha. Okay, so you have like someone else who's in your corp, you can plunk items in there and have them take it out, kind of thing. My assumption. You're sold them free storage? Sounds like it. I don't know if there's like a risk because it's designed to be like a trade box or whatever, if you have the risk of someone, you know, swiping things out of there. No idea on any of that. Okay. How to get T2? Just build. I'm imagining it's probably locked behind your tech tree. I would guess it's in here somewhere. Where exactly? No idea. Alright, so let's go down here. We don't have the laboratory on this station to take advantage of. Alright. Yeah, then we can dump all this copper for some money. Alright. And this should give us enough money to unlock where we'll be able to get our extra ship parts made out of steel. Are there any cool planets? No, all the planets are boring. No, I have no idea. We have seen planets that have water on them. When you land on the planets, you'll start knowing like bushes. You'll start noticing like bushes and shrubs and all that. We don't have any planets, as far as I've seen, like where you land and like have like neon vibrant lights or anything like that. They're a lot more grounded in reality, but there's been some variants. But like, yeah, we're not seeing like pink grass or anything like that. Yeah, I saw a cold one. Yeah, no, I've seen a cold one. I wasn't able to really stay there. Wasn't quite prepared for it. Most of the ones I've seen have been temperate, that you can kind of walk around on, have shrubs and all that. I'm imagining there'll be ones that'll be like barren rocks, because that's just normal. we'll see. It's early access. I would imagine, like, aesthetically, you will see a lot of changes of the planets over time. Considering how much of an aspect, like, collecting the resources off the planets is. Alright. We got a lot of copper. Cold is far worse than hot. Xeno hopefully will come as aquarium to the lab. The lab have fauna. Interesting. Oi! And I saw we have the quartz powder. I'm assuming we'll be able to do something industrial with it. From the text, the way it was explained. I also look forward to having a smelter I don't have to, like, marry myself to when I'm processing ore. That's probably our next build back at the base. Probably one smelter for iron and one smelter for steel. And the last batch. And the thing we were missing for a lot of our base building was aluminum nuggets. Because they need the stainless. And you can just trade for the end product, which is not... We did that earlier to actually get the base kit. It's not the end of the world. But, you know, it's more fun to collect things ourselves and not have to rely on charity... Or not charity, to rely on, I've lost my train of thought. You can probably tell I'm getting a little tired, but I'm going to be pushing through for a while longer. I'm trying to keep the stream going. Definitely just completely lost my train of thought there. I was like, yep, I don't remember what I was talking about. It's fine. Right, we can trade for the aluminum and all that. We did that for the base thing, but it's very cost prohibitive. And I think for what we're looking at here in a minute, where I'm going to be unlocking the bigger ship stuff, I'm going to be better serviced here just buying that stuff. And you can do things over here, like I can turn all of those wires and all that into making more money off of it. Like the magnetic coil seems like a huge upsell so far as value goes. Same with crystalline focusers. That's okay. I mean, that is plus 1.3. Okay, that's fine. Because, yeah, like metal sheets, literally I don't get anything. Wires. Wires actually go up a lot. Making wires of the iron plates increases their value by 3.4. Alright, sure, why not? Hey, Firebot making blooping noises. Because if each step along the way we're increasing its value, that's just a win. This means way more money. Let's see about these crystalline focusers, if that increases the value even more. And the graphene is only a tiny uptick. But those are in our 1.7. So again, each time we craft it just basically means I'm getting an extra like 2 credits. So it's kind of one of those things that's worth it. The one I've been skipping out in the steel upticks the price a bit, but the time it takes to craft each thing varies based on what you're making, and the steel is not a fast craft. Oh, you know what I should do? Cancel that for a moment, if I haven't already gotten rid of too much. The better scanner. Oh, you need differential grading? Ah, we don't have what we need for that anyways. C matrix. We don't have the ability to make that at all. Now, the solar panels requires me to make a bunch of solar cells, which is going to require a bunch of aluminum as well. Okay, that's fine. I was just checking if I should be working on an upgrade kit. And if so... Do you increase the... One sec. You increase the value by 1.7. What do you increase the value by? 2.9. So make those. Alright. Okay, and you increase it by 5 and 6.3. We'll make some mining lasers. So all these will actually give me a decent amount more. As they make the overclock simple some mine laser or the cart pusher thruster is quite a bit of value, but they're more complex. Yeah. It's like in ones like this, that one doesn't give me anything at all. Even the nuts do give me oh, that's a titanium one. We do not want to burn that one. That's fine. That doesn't give me enough to be caring about. That doesn't give me enough to care about. I guess I could make the structural beam. That's steel though. I'd rather just save the steel. You're not enough to care about. You're actually potentially a loss. And you were break even. We want to save those. Okay, so that was a heck of a lot more work than I needed to make it. But with that, we can go up here and say, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Alright, we got all these blueprints and the nav data. Alright, so just a casual 1,000 something. And then with that big boost, we can go over here and go steel ship study. Done. Yes. Okay. So... now the question's going to be, what do I have to do to make these? Okay. So this one's the big mama jama, that it will allow me to get 480 more points. To do that, I need 8 support hardwares and small steel part casings. Alright. So I'm not sure where we get those. Don't see them. So small steel part storage. Yeah, no, I'm clicking on it, but it's not taking me to it. Which is why I'm a little confused by it. Oh, thermal steel plating. Okay, that works. Gotcha, so I can take the exact same thing and then I can add a thermal plate. Alright, that's interesting. But so small steel plate. And like I said, clicking these doesn't seem to help. They don't have a search option here. We'll just look for support module. I'm wondering if there's another thing that we accidentally skipped tech-wise. I wonder how much it'll add to the game long term. You don't know what it is. Your goal is to make that chip haul as well. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's try leaving the bench, reopening the bench. Let's see, Ubisoft scraping the bottom of the barrel because of rebooted Black Flag with supposedly new features and content. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of companies doing that. It's honestly pretty tiresome. Okay. So manufactured kit and casing. And we cannot buy them. So I'm trying to figure out where we get those from. Let's pop over here. And we'll say support hardware. Because we can go over here. That doesn't have what we're looking for. Neither does that. We don't have anything we missed in the earlier phases. Support hardware. Oh, there's the encyclopedia. Support hardware is a wire and a microchip. Okay. I have to make this on the planet using the assembler. Alright, that makes sense. It's like, why can I not see this? This makes it way more difficult than it needs to be. That I can, that I can work out. Okay, so I've got a little bit of money. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and go to our station here, or our ship. And now we're in the, I have the choice of going to the terminus system, or I have a choice of running back to, the previous setup. Alright. So we might run over the terminus system just to get it showing. Because I got multiple quests that want me to go there. But we're going to want to go to where I have the base, add the smelter, get that going, add the assembler, get that going. You get where all these things are going. Alright, so if we're going to go through the terminus system, which is up there, I need to go to... Wish I could see the actual lines here. Let's go to XQ. You sell your PS4 Black 5, you ain't getting $60 for the original. Plus 20. Yeah, I mean, that's always been the thing. It's one of the reasons I really don't like. People are like, oh yeah, what game would you like to see remastered, remade? And it's like, none, I want to see new ideas. And then plus the number of times you get like a remaster or remake, we're like, well, this is objectively worse than what I had before, so thanks, man. I might actually have a connection here to XQ. Oh, no, it's got a marker here for 11. 19. Okay. There you are. You get tired of having collectibles you don't care about? Yeah. I don't mind collectibles. I think they can be a good addition to the game. Okay, so it looks like I can go to either of these to then go there. We don't have a straight shot, so X, Y, or UM. There's X, Y. I guess what they named it is AC4 Black Flag Resynced. I mean, that's whatever. It's fine. I'm not gonna get a fuss over it. There's more than enough things happening out there for someone to be like, yeah, we did a cheap new re-release. It's like, okay, cool, man. So you're going to be FH. That'll be the terminus sector. Okay. We got our still image load screen from changing sectors, it looks like. Alright. So. You want me in a spot not showing on the map at all. So we'll go to IS here. And both of them want me to go to the Sama system. I'm just assuming the Sama system is the local space station. So you want BB. Alright. But yeah, there's a lot of... It's one of those things like engagement baiting on, you know, Blue Sky and Twitter and all that kind of stuff. They'll have the people who will pop in and it'll be like, hey, you know, like, what game do you want to see remastered? It's like, nah, man. Like, just very genuinely. And people bring stuff up. It's like, yeah, you gotta remember... Right now, we have a lot of these companies who are kind of nostalgia baiting, where they're taking a game that was really beloved from yesteryear, and, you know, they're just kind of giving it a spit polish and re-releasing it, or just bumping the engine up an increment, which is fine. But the amount of times they do that, and they're like, cool, we're selling that for 60 or 70 bucks. And you're going, okay, but hang on. As far as the gameplay and all that, it's just the original. You literally effectively did, you know, I don't want to say they did texture pass and cause it, like, that's not being fair to them. But it's like, you took the base game, you skipped, like, learning any new story or any of this kind of stuff. You just went through and went to the graphics, improved, like, the textures, improved some of these. And, you know, there's been ones caught that they literally just did a thing where they just threw a texture pack against it, double-checked it. Like, I want to say there was some of the GTA, like, remasters that they did that they just kind of automatedly bumped up the texture packs, and then they were just broken as hell when the game came out. They just didn't get proper QA or anything. Was that chip on the end actually customized? No, it was not. Not really. Oh, here.
Is there any way I can help you?
Any requests available?
Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Okay. Make 3 small module kits.
Your corpo is now committed to delivering the materials listed in this contract. Remember that...
Okay, that's fine. Random shameless plug. You're drinking coffee from your This Is Fine mug? Well, it's an excellent mug. Okay, we see the trade nexus. I have one thing that's making $1 million bucks at the trade nexus. I'm assuming the trade nexus is interacting with other players, so far as trades go. I have no idea.
Welcome to the Station Trade Nexus. Here, individuals and corpus can buy goods sold by other corpus.
Okay. So it's looking like we could be able to put like buy and sell orders up eventually. Alright. Basically an auction house. Not an auction house. Like, I don't think this is the auction
Welcome
setup.
to the
I think this is
Station
more
Trade-
like EVE Online, where I could go here. And I don't know why I can't choose any resources to buy or whatever. Oh, here we go. So I would be able to potentially go in here and be like, hey man, this power pad module, it's pretty baller. Let me go ahead and submit a sell order. But yeah, so I think it's like a buy and sell order being like, hey man, I'm buying insert name of thing. Welcome to the Corpo storage. Gotcha. And we need a bunch of reputation to be able to open a storage. Yeah, so I think it's as well as things that like you can do buy and sell orders. So it is a way to acquire goods. The only reason I'm kind of making that specification is because when you say auction house, the idea is I could toss something up for like 20 credits and then people can bid back and forth to like raise the price or whatever. Versus I don't think it works that way. I think you put up your buy order and it's just going to do its thing. Alright. So. You want me to collect the materials and turn that in. Find and talk to Ida Lin. They have like another thing. Alright, so Ida Lin's still in here somewhere. That just says new contact. Alright. Let's see, your big pet peeve for games is go find someone you're supposed to talk to somewhere. Yeah. That's what I was wondering, is if I didn't see them, they're probably back up at the docks. Because I've noticed the shipyard and the mining bureau do seem to be like set, like it doesn't matter what state you go to, they are relatively the same. So Ida's gonna be out here somewhere. You are not Ida. I saw there's a couple people over here. Oh, there you are.
Looking into your eyes, I see the soul of a great entrepreneur, wrongfully trapped in a miserable life. Is that soul ready to finally break free?
Yes. Begin contract Space Paper 101.
My mission is to
Congratulations on
select the
deploying your
company's
first
most
V-control
promising
base.
contractors and help them establish their very first factory. Are you one of those select few?
Okay.
This space will provide you with some private storage and limited power input, but this is just the beginning. In order to automate resource extraction, you'll need to deploy an extractor and a smelter. You, looking into your...
Okay. So I glitched her out a little bit because I already did the thing she was going to ask me to do. Alright, so took her off the list. You want me to deploy an extractor and a smelter. And the problem I've done is I've already deployed an extractor. I haven't deployed a smelter yet. That's fine though. That's tricky. And the worst thing is because I already deployed the extractors on there, I can't like redeploy them or whatever. So we'll see. Alright. So where this is, do you connect between these systems? You do. Alright, so let's look for FI, WJ, or KK? There's FI. Can you pick a move? Apparently when I tech up later, yes, but me right now, no. Okay, so we can go for WJ or KK, whichever one we find. But we'll see. Maybe I will have a bit more functionality. I'm not super fussed if it doesn't give me credit right now. And that'll be the thing I need to jump into the system I'm going to. Because if we get all that set up, that shouldn't be too awful. Alright, so from here, I am looking for XYLX. You get a second one. You get a second before you can move them. Yeah. Oh, we're loading screen because we're changing sectors. Alright. And then I am based down in Visha, so we'll go down here. Go to station. We'll drop by the station real fast because I'll need to refuel. We can also hit up the lab, see if any of the things I've collected can be just dropped off at the lab real fast. The one that does make me curious is like these restricted areas, if they're one and done forever, or if there's like they regenerate, you know, they have a bunch of different possible configurations or how that works. But it's fine. I do like the wandering around and doing them. Yeah, we need more of the quantum stuff with the quantum beacon. We'll worry about that later. We have the reset weekly corpo contracts. Gotcha, I hadn't known that they would reset weekly. Yeah, because all they wanted me to do was get, I think it was like 3 of these small module things. I'm like, okay, I can do that. That's just copper and iron. And not even much of it.
Beginning docking approach.
So if you're tuning in, your first thought was this looks like Eve. I can see that. You know, the docking inside of stations, not so much, but like just the broad, like having that kind of slightly behind and above view. Alright, so laboratory. The good news once we get these things up to like 50, you know, samples or whatever. Yeah, so we're getting more stuff here to be processed, but unfortunately, we're not there yet. Right. So for those who missed, we want to pursue getting the assembler. Because the assembler will let me start making the materials I need to, upgrade my ship.
Separation confirmed.
Alright.
Be careful out there.
I'm assuming no matter what I do, like, I'll have extra things I'll need to bring in from other planets. Where's home? There you are. It must have been a different instance. Yeah, very likely. The, there's definitely, like, instancing going on for a lot of this. Alright, so we're gonna get back to Steel Ops. Because it should be sitting on, hopefully, a decent amount of iron and coal. And then we can look into what I need for the smelter and get the smelter built up and going with that. And then once we get the smelter, it'll be a whole thing to go, okay, smelter, assembler, yada yada. Work our way through and get some automation going. Considering that, as far as I can tell, there's not an upkeep cost to the base stuff. The passive income there should be good. Now, I don't run like I say, I don't know if it only runs while you're online or if it runs while you're offline too. I'd imagine offline as well. Okay. Alright, so you got these. Alright, so it seems like in its internal storage, 20 is the limit, which is not a lot, but not terrible. Or I'm a liar? The one was 20, the other one was at 77. Alright. We'll also want to get the drone set up and all that. And we were desperately looking for aluminum. That's the material we're missing for that. Your kitty's being a cute baby? I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Cookie. You fixed your ship. The small shield took like 600 SP. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that you'd have some modules that are just really, really pricey because of like combat intense or whatever. Alright. So, let's check. We need to get a smelter. So that's stainless plate and concrete. Alright, so stainless plate. I have a need for aluminum and copper. So start here. By just bringing this all over. I do it this way. Alright. Just going through here real fast. I know a lot of this stuff I'm going to end up picking up again. Right now I want to empty out the inventory so when you go to like grab a bunch of stuff, it's fine. Yeah, we can drop off the spare simple mining lasers. We've got the data. We haven't had someone who said they've got interest in it yet. And then these don't weigh anything. They give us other cool recipes. Alright, so we got all that dropped off, which gives me very much full inventory. Alright, so was this one of the plants we had sandstone on? Yes. Alright. Oh, and it's not on like one of the special locations? Nah, it's just on the ground. Okay. Alright. Just need to find ore to start digging up. There's some more. Okay, so coal I'm going to be way more good on. I don't mind picking up iron. But coal is just all over the place. Alright. But yeah, so I found on this planet we just constantly see like both the iron and the coal nearby each other. I thought that was something way more special than it ended up being. But yeah, and I'm noticing on these planets, whatever is the deep deposits, they put them nearby each other because they know people are going to sit there and like just go around more and more until they find it. Okay. Give aluminum. Well, you are giving me quartz and such, which is fine. But I would genuinely want aluminum. Alright. So you found 2 iron and 2 coal next to each other, but did I replace your base? Yeah, it's probably not that much more helpful than having one. Yeah, you could fix your throughput a little bit. It kind of feels like realistically with dealing with it, your throughput's not going to be that big of an issue if you're, you know, setting it up and like walking away for an extended period of time. Alright. I think 1 extractor can produce enough for 2 smelters. Interesting, I would not have expected that ratio to be nearly that strong. That would just mean you potentially need a bunch of smelters. I don't know what the limitations are on any of that. Because I know you can use the bots to route stuff between things, but like, is it smart enough, or if I have multiple buildings that would use the material, it'll route to where it can get used at? Don't know. Okay. I'm going ahead and grabbing these as well. Just trying to focus on the sandstone. When we get our ore, we'll probably need to head back and grab copper again. I do appreciate with the iron now being able to make like the wire with iron. The copper becomes way less needed. Not strictly not needed, but instead of like almost everything needing wire, being able to chuck an iron ingot is something I'm not unhappy with. Alright. A beautiful gemstones used for anything other than selling. As far as I can tell, they're only for selling. It makes some references that to me implies like, hey man, the only value this has is to a collector kind of thing. Alright. Either categorized as luxury items. Yeah, no, it definitely felt like there was like a junk category effectively, where your intention is just to sell it. Not that it's bad and actually junk, but just ultimately you have a resource that doesn't have a commercial purpose beyond just sell it. Yep, free money. Pretty much. Alright. And we got all this going on, get all collected and all that good stuff. I hope for those who have been playing this that you've been having a good time, because I know Cookie's been playing, and I'm assuming because we got a bunch of we've had a whole bunch of new people in chat. Oh, overstashed. We've had a whole bunch of new people hanging out in chat, so I'm assuming we're picking up people in the category and all that, which is happens. That's kind of what you hope. Because then some number of people will be like, oh yeah, the content's fun, I'll go ahead and tune in more. Some people that be there just for the game, which is totally fine and valid. As far as you play as a casual marathon, it's fun. Yeah, I can see that. Not getting too sweaty about it, just kind of working through it. You're enjoying watching? Yeah. I just wish I was higher energy. I'm flagging. Ever since I got back from TwitchCon, it's been like one thing after the other, flipping the schedule again and again, and I'm just not getting a chance to get settled in. You're trying to get to the point of being able to join a corp, you'd like to join ours? Gotcha. Yeah, no, anyone who wants to join the corp, that's fine. I think you need to be on the same quadrant as me, which is the INUSEACH one. I like, to be clear, I do not know how much we'll potentially do with the corp, but we'll go and get set up, and if people want to do a whole bunch of stuff, that's fine. Alright, so we got all you. We can run over here and start processing materials again. Okay, so there's the iron. Yeah, you started on the wrong one. It means to transfer wasn't available. Maybe it wasn't far enough along, but you had to restart. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the transfer becomes available, I want to say, when it opens up to like the bigger, like where you're in the multiplayer able part. And it gives you a whole bunch of big warnings being like, hey, when you do this, you're going to lose track of the systems you have and yada yada yada. Oh. Oh, it says it's not available. Gotcha. Yeah, I know they said they're gonna allow it. But yeah, no, that it's cool that you want to like restart just to play with other people and all that stuff. All right, so we're getting all the iron sorted here. I don't think we need to make the steel. We did not find the aluminum. We'll see if one of the other planets in the system gives us the possibility of the sandstone and the copper in the same system, or in the same planet. See if we get lucky with that. That's your issue, being Aussie means you can't join. Yeah, you'd be able to join the US servers and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, that's going to be a whole thing. You know you're allowed to change quadrants if you want. You know the NPC you're talking about, but you have no idea if you can do it through them or not. Yeah, from what it sounds like, is it sounds like that's something they intend to allow people to do, but right now it's not working yet. Which it's fair, because they're probably dealing with so many things right now, they probably don't want to muck around with that. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, so we can shift click, that's good news. Alright, so you got all that handled. And we were going to... Right. We need the stainless plate. So let's see what we've got in system. So you have copper and stuff that's not going to help at all. You've got iron and stuff that's not going to help at all. Right, the other ones I need a better scanner. Yeah, being the test subject could be bad time. Yeah. I appreciate that the exploration icon on the player screen is very similar to the constellation in Starfield. Gotcha. So let's see here. We've got the fancier scanner. The crystal focus is fine. The simple one we've already got, I believe. And then the differentiation grading is silicon and aluminum. Right, so we're blocked on aluminum for that as well. Careful about durability. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I've been... Oh, here's a question. Now that you mentioned that. I see. So all the ones that are blue... No, that's not true. Yeah, so you've got durability for the spectral one. Which one do I have on my ship? I'm suddenly second guessing myself. For my scanner, I do have the simple resource scanner. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, we got all this stuff, so we want to get at this. Alright, so realistically, I want to get the smelter. And that's stainless, which means aluminum. We can go for the sandstone blocks for going for the chance of aluminum, which is what we've been doing. It won't give me copper and the other materials we potentially want. So what we can do here, so checked all those. Let's go check out a neighboring system. Because what we can do then is check out the neighboring system and just go to a planet, see what's on there, get our exploration points. Maybe, maybe not, we find good sources of aluminum and stuff like that. Wait, what am I seeing here? Alright, I'm curious. There's like a gas cloud or something, maybe? Maybe to scatter beta? Probably. Let's go check the cloud and see what comes up with that. Yeah, no, we can look. I did see there was a thing for asteroid mining that I did not get. But I'm curious how this works. All right. How close do I have to get? I see. Well, we now understand how that works. It's mildly BS, but that's fine. Let's see, you found 2 items you need a better scanner for, and you can't finish surveying the planet until that. You have wasted a bunch of time there. Yeah, I've got a bunch of them, especially like the underwater items that I need a better scanner for. It'd be good to get that. That is one of the things you kind of run into in this game is you'll have like competing priorities. You're like, well, I want this. Well, that's how I work on that. Well, I want this. Well, that's how I work on that. Well, I want this, and that's how I work on that. And it definitely feels like you can do like the Stardew Valley / Coral Island thing of going, okay, well, I got these 20 things I want to do. Let me try work on all of them and get none of them done. Or you can just be like, okay, I'm working on this one. This is the one I'm working on. Touching nothing else until this one's done. Alright, so we've got 2 ground resources. And the other. It definitely feels like one of the answers about this would be setting up like you have your one base that's doing one type of ore, set up a second one doing the other type of ore, and then eventually you'd have to ferry it between the two. That's not that big a deal. Even if you had to do it. Alright. So I've got the iron and the siderite, which is also iron. But at least it gives me other stuff like the graphite. Alright. Got another patch of nodes. Also, before we get too far. So looking at the nodes, ooh, okay. 6 of those are only in special locations. There's only one type of material not in the special locations that I haven't found yet. Just keep going past the siderite for right now. Let's see what's in these pools. Okay, there's the other one there. Okay, so it seems like the answer is going to be go for these. I also have noticed none of the underground areas yet. And there's some way up there. Alright. Because I'll go here and check these, check the blue area. I'm suspecting with 6 of these, I'm going to have to go to like a couple of these like unique areas. Coal. And what are you? Sandstone. Alright. Let's see, T4 exploration cockpit is amazing, but you can't craft it. Overall, with the cockpits, there's definitely improvements, but none of them wowed me. Oh. Okay, so we've got a bunch of those. All right. So I've got all those. Oh no, I don't see more of that there. Okay. We've got all that. We got all these. I think we're actually okay with this. Alright. Alright, so with that we can rush on over here. It's not marking as anything else over in the green one. Yeah, that's also, it's interesting that they have, when you build your base, you have a bus service to the stations, which I think is a cool idea. I don't know if there's a bus service back, but I could see that being a thing. It does feel like a thing that if you're not careful, you could start accruing costs on there and start eating into your margins pretty hard by just, you know, fast traveling everywhere. But at the same time, if it's not that expensive, that would also not be that big of a deal either. Like, it's not like you play World of Warcraft and you avoid the fast travel because you gotta pay your gold or whatever. Oh, I gotta scan to keep that marker showing. Alright, here's for... open for goodies. Alright, what do you got for me? Something I don't know. So I can't scan you. Or you. And then that's Cole. Okay, so you see all three there. All three of them, I need better scanning equipment. Which is a bummer. I imagine that stuff's useful. Alright, and without further ado, let's just beeline to the next planet. That one didn't have crap I wanted on it. So we'll just go on and move on. Can you mine anyways? No, with the way it works, if you try and mine something without scanning, it kind of just like shows the laser like refracting off of it. And you can't mine without overclock at least. That's a bummer. I actually really don't like how, you know, the overclocked has the durability. It's not that bad, but I kind of rather just keep one that doesn't have that and just, you know, only use the overclocked when I need to. It's fine. It's just the overclocked wearing down. But it's a classic with a lot of these games where you have things with durability that you have to like rebuild and replace or whatever. They're like, okay. And I always see it as primarily a motivation for multiplayer games. Not that durability doesn't exist in single-player games. There's just a lot of times it's like, you want to kind of be like, but why? Oh, we've got a wreckage. Okay. It'd be okay if you had a... Yeah, I wouldn't mind the option to repair it at like a partial cost. I think that would be reasonable. You're just kind of knowing to have to go through and like craft all these pieces to then craft the middle layer to then craft the stronger one. You're like, you know what? I'd rather not. And thank you for the follow. Over to stream. Alright. Well, I'm gonna play a wrecked hull. It's sad they can't just like hold the button and just room it up. You say bug report when someone losing their miner durability and now they can't mine? Yeah. Well, that was what kind of happened to me is my first override one did, you know, break and I hadn't made another one. And so, like, I kind of used it to scrape together a little bit of money or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, let me just sell this thing. Because I had noticed the crude one was still on sale previously, I was like, alright, I'll just grab my crude one, I'll make do. So I sold it, and then realized I didn't see the crude one for sale there. Or any mining drill. I was like, oh crap. Which, I got that resolved because as soon as I, you know, checked later, it's just like, okay. It was, like, the next system over, sorry. Like, the first system you get out when you leave the, beginner area. That one was selling, I think it's just going to be permanently selling the crude stuff. But versus, like, being a couple jumps away, I was like, but I need these things. Alright. Where is cockpit? I'm wondering if there's anything, like, with the ship itself to mess with. Alright. This is much easier to find the scrap when it's not pitch black. Alright. I really kind of feel like there needs to be a thing where I can just hoover this up, so like the click and hold and it grabs all nearby or something like that. I'm also wondering if this is worth literally anything for us, just wasting my time. Alright. You like the highlight, when close, the scrap sells for a lot. That's fair. Alright. I'm grabbing as much as I can carry, which I think we may have just hit the limit. Yep, we just hit the limit. So I grab basically all I can carry. We'll need to drop something, so let's go ahead and drop one silicate, because like I said, I keep finding that the silicate weighs, it's like 5. Which is quite a bit. But also, you know, it's the whole thing. Yeah, I don't think we get up there anymore. Or down there. Yep, that ship's fine. Alright. Let's find our way back to... There you go. Alright, so let's identify the rest of the ore on the planet. My inventory is full. And when I say it's full, it is mostly garbage. We got a bunch of structural beams. We actually got a stainless plate that we found down there, which is perfect. And I got a ton of this stuff. So hopefully that's worth some serious cash. Maybe we can deconstruct the ships as part of the tier 2. Probably not. I'd be down to try it. The only reason probably not is I suspect it's kind of a static location thing that spawns the stuff around it. I am wondering if you fly around, like once you've cleared a shipwreck, if you went back to the same place later, would it be there? Or after like a little while, would it despawn? Alright, stone. And hollow crops. We got our 2 underground ores, which are iron and coal. Okay, so for the rest of these, I've got 2 that are at nighttime, 1 anywhere, and then 5 that are in these kind of spots. So race on over here and see what we can find. All right. Yes, we got 7 left. Yes, we still have the one that is just wherever on the map. Lots of the outcrops. Okay. So we're almost in range. Alright. There you are. Kept thinking we were practically there, being like, but where's the resources? Just gonna have all these unique resources down here. Alright, so it's the same things that I cannot yet scan. Alright. So that's the 3 of them here. So I think I'm just gonna go and ditch this planet. Because there's no way I'm gonna figure out which were which. Alright, so we checked. That's planet 2, planet 1, and the other thing. No whole I can do with that. Alright, so let's go for the Haptitia or whatever it is. Because they have all these pieces of ship. And I don't imagine we can do much with those other than just straight up sell them for right now. So I'll ditch them all here, I'll repair the damage to my ship, we'll refill our hyperdrive kind of stuff. We'll assess where we're at. I did find some aluminum, which is good, because that was the main thing I was missing for making the next thing for the base. I didn't find as much as I would like, because it was just a random chunk of scrap, not like the actual ore. But that should give me the smelter, one of them. So I can tell it to start just smelting iron as fast as you pull it up so I get the iron ingots. My expectation is, until we have the drones, that what will ultimately happen there is I'll have to manually flip stuff. Alright, and laboratory. Okay. So still nothing there. Right. Shipyard. Okay, it did recognize I had the other thing already set up. Alright, so I'll process the iron, which we didn't get a ton of that. Just stretching real fast. Okay. Now I can make steel ingots. Okay. Let's just deal with this over here. So we got the wrecked hull, 34. We got the steel scraps. We got the huge electronic scraps. So all in all, that's like 400 or something. That's not bad. I might genuinely just keep the rest on me. Oh yeah, and you sell the stainless things if we wanted. I think I'd rather hold on to them so we can keep going to this tech tree. And fill in the gaps, so like get the asteroid mining, get all this stuff. Let's see. 400, some of your quests go after 1,000,000. Yeah, to keep in mind that one is like with trading with other players kind of thing, which I'm sure will mess with stuff. I also suspect the game as you go along will start with our very basic materials that aren't really worth very much, and very likely will move up to materials that have a pretty high value. And also keeping in mind we're just getting ready to set up the automation, so I'm just selling little bits of ore I get manually mining. The automation, the expectation will be I'll be able to just have that thing churning away, getting me my ore. Let's see about getting the smelter online. And then with that, we'll have to go look for aluminum elsewhere again. We're kind of just trying to hop around with that. So definitely the scanner is proving to be a bottleneck. Like a big bottleneck on top of that. I'll have to check about production to see what it'd take to get any kind of better scanner. I should also be looking at what it would take to build the place that I can work on the ships at my base without having to run back to the station. Because that we unlocked when I got the steel ships as well. I'm willing to bet it's the same basic materials, unfortunately, but the only way to find out is to actually check, so. It's fine. I just landed aggressively, that's all. We walked away. It's a good landing. Okay. I was previously able to just like click on it and be like, hey man, what's the deal with the ore? Not sure why. Oh, there we go. Okay, maybe it's just too close to it. Yeah, so you're continuing to do that. Give me the ore. Run over here, get the ore from that. See what we can get so far as the iron and all that going. Yep, so it got stuck. And rather than do this manually, let's first see if I have the materials to just... Oh, it'd be you, smelter. Yeah, so we got the stainless plate. We just need a bit of concrete. And then that'll let me get the smelter. We can try plugging in the wire and see if that'll do any good for us. Okay. So smelter. So you're not considered connected. Okay, I need more. Connection here. Alright, so you have processing iron ore.
Now you're off to a very promising start. Although automated smelting can be slow, it is continuous and does not require your presence. It will work by expanding this procedure to the whole production chain. You will move beyond the hassle of strictly manual labor. Extractors will gather ore for you. Smelters will refine them. Factories will turn the resulting ingots into complex objects. Before you know it, there will be nothing standing between you and financial success.
Okay. So access the base command terminal.
Crafting or smelting will produce technology XP within each space base. You can collect this XP to increase your technology level.
Okay, that's good to know. Alright. Collect some technology XP when it appears. Alright. Yeah, so right now it is processing the iron ore into iron ingots. It's interesting that because the iron ore and iron chunks are two different things. Quartz powder I don't know what I need for. That's gonna go to the lab. That's probably lab stuff. Drop off the iron ingots. Drop off the wire. Drop off the structural stuff. Or I can take different power too. Yeah, it makes sense. So we need more stainless plates. So the next one would be the assembler. I do think the assembler is what I want to get next. So that's going to be 3 motors, bunch of stainless plates and all that. So let's see what we can get happening. Sorry. So motors are going to be metal plate. Magnetic coils 5, which is going to be wire and the nuts. Let's go ahead and turn some of the iron into wire since we got that blueprint. Because we'll get all those going to get the assembler going. And then with the assembler, I should start being able to make my ship parts. Alright, so the motor needs 5 magnetic coils. This is going to be rough. Some magnetic coils. Nuts and bolts. Let's hit it a couple times. Magnetic coils. Alright, so I needed 3 motors, was it? Yeah, 3 motors. So checking on our motors. I need another thing of metal sheets. And I need 15 magnetic coils. And the intention is to get the assembler to the point I can make all the stuff for making a piece to my ship. And then once we have that, I can move on to the next thing. Alright. Takes care of that, and then for the motors, the last thing I'm missing is the silica powder. So we go over here. Or not silica powder. The silicon bars. Take the quartz powder and we'll make it into silicon ingots. And while that's happening, I am going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, and we are back. So I got that made, so I need to run over here, make the silico powder. Or silicon gel, I'm sorry, not powder. And that should be enough for my 3 motors, which is one of the things I need for the assembler. Okay. Okay. Just grabbed another soda, but it's one that, like, the top of the can got all bent out of shape or whatever, like over-filled or whatever. I'm just trying to make sure I opened it where I could actually get to it. And also, like, not cut myself or something on it. Okay, so we got that going, so what's the next thing? So... You want 40 concrete. That's typically not a big deal. Just processing all this up, getting ourselves a bit of ingots and whatnot. Oh, right, it was 2 aluminum ingots to make the stainless. Yeah, that's fine. We're also getting pretty close to the 40 quart, or 50 quartz. That's like the max level quartz research, and then quartz I don't need to hold on to anymore. The one thing I am getting is I'm getting way more A carbon than I need. I don't really have a good use for it. Okay, so we're short on that. That's fine. We can't make the stainless things. What about the structural beams? So I got enough for a structural beam I saw earlier. Where did you go? So you're just steel ingots. And it's 2. And I need 8. Okay, so that would mean I would need 7 steel ingots. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true, because it's 2 for that, so I would need 16. Yeah, I'm not waiting for that. We'll let this one finish. And then we'll go to our smelter and hand that off. Let's go plunk all of this in here real fast. Alright. So how are you doing? You're doing okay. We take all this. We're going to change you. Steel ingots. Ah, so only take it out of my inventory. So let's grab the steel ingots and the other stuff. Or not steel ingots, iron ingots. So there's the iron ingots. There's the carbon. Cool. You can just churn away at that. That's going to take a hot minute. Alright, so we're back to needing aluminum. So we can go ahead and make that happen. So we did get our smelter online, so that's good. So the next one up is... I need a lot of aluminum, and I mean like a lot of aluminum. Oh, wait. I still have a Corpo quest to do. Which I want to say, if we check on the Corp quest, 3 small module kits. That shouldn't be too bad. So, small module kits. I just need the wires and the nuts, so it's 20, so it'd be 60 nuts, 30 wires. I no longer have the material because it's all in the other thing. That's fine. I'm not too fussed about it. Okay. So... you can check the KE system. And see what else we go. Actually, you know what we can check. What's that Scotcho? Have I actually already explored all of Scotcho? No. Scotcho it is. Because I forgot, a lot of these systems we've just passed through rapidly and not really actually investigated on any level. So I just need to go through and just, again, keep scanning plants. It's just the way it's loading is, like, that's some weird black hole nonsense. Okay. This looks like it might have water on the planet or not. Can't tell. Alright, we're coming down pretty close to one of the landmarks, so that'll work out. It's iron and coal nodes. Ooh, what are you? You are something I can't scan. Which is another problem I gotta fix. That's gonna kind of undermine all my efforts. Alright, so we got those. Oh, we're freezing. Try and race over here real quick. Alright, so new plan. This planet's no good. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to see what I can do to get the sensors. Because, we just keep hitting those. There's like 3 or 4 materials we keep seeing again and again that I can't exploit. They can't detect. There's a good chance we're gonna want to be collecting those, if for nothing else, for the money, so we're not just sitting around. Are you like straight out, maybe? Where is it saying your other one is? Ah. Yeah, weird, it's got like a little pinwheel there for some reason. Hey, it's a cookie. You know, I'm trying to figure out if there's an icon there. I'm not sure if that's something that matters or it's just... Okay, I think that's just showing like the first planet in the system or whatever. Alright, so what we can go ahead and do is get this scan, see what we got. Looking like this system might be a little bit of a bust. But when we next go to the station or our base, let's figure out this scanner. Because, like, I'm getting teased by it. You think when you make your base here for your steel? Hey, I mean... As long as the only thing to be careful if it's water. You cannot put the buildings in water. Like, any water. Because I got... Not this system, there's another system over. But I haven't landed. It looks like there's no water here, so you should be good. Yeah, this will be fine. It's one jump from the station and all that, so it's not like you gotta go trekking across the entire map. Are any of these inside landmarks? 2 are. So it's definitely turned towards a landmark. We've got coal. If we're lucky, we'll get a little bit of aluminum out of this. I might as well collect resources before we head back. Because at a minimum, it's money. Oh, I didn't grab all our gems from the base. I offloaded them. That's coal. Yep, you got steel production set up here. This was scannable with the alpha sensor. Oh, I missed. Does it just straight up tell you? Zoom out, maybe? I'm assuming you just mean because there's nothing here that we can't scan. Yeah. So I need to look at the beta sensor and just suck it up and deal with it. Okay, there you are. The sensor's on your high priority to get. Yeah, no, I'm definitely running into it. My whole thing is trying desperately to get the factory stuff going, because my thought is getting the bigger ship would be a big help. But I keep running into those ores that I could be potentially getting, but I'm not. Because I can't scan them. Okay. Hey, Ice, how's it going? It'll be curious when we get like a fully decked out base, how that starts to look. Hey Treacle, it's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? No, hey, aluminum. Another fantastic content creator of the platform, so I highly recommend. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, doing RimWorld, all that kind of good stuff. You're currently at the red node of the planet? I'm actually on my way to the red node of the planet. Commute for a second. Oh, that's no problem. We're just welcoming you in. Yes, check out Treacle. Absolutely fantastic. All good stuff. But yeah. We got that aluminum, which we've been hoping for. Alright. Okay, I also need to probably upgrade our mining stuff and just accept it's going to have durability and just be done with it. And just keep a spare going or something at all times. Alright. Just dealing with some heat management. But that'll be good. If we get a bit more aluminum, I'll be able to do that. There's a new node you can mine there. You won't mine everything? Yeah, no, I can get there. Alright. Just trying to grab as much of this as I can, because this is the thing that's rolling the dice to maybe give me aluminum. Plus, I'm getting enough quartz out of this. There's a really good chance when I hit up our base, I'll be able to get the 50 quartz to do that last research. At which point, then quartz, as the mineral is dead to me, we'll either process it or we'll just straight up sell it. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Need more of this as well. I also need, well, actually, to be fair, I don't really need copper with the new recipe. I mean, that's not true. There's like one or two things I need copper for. But the big thing, which was the wire, I have a recipe where I can use iron for the wire instead, which is pretty nice. Okay. Alright. almost there. Alright, closing that last little bit. It looks like of the things I'm missing, 2 of the 3 things are only available at a point of interest. And then I've got 1 thing. Alright, well, it's just the 2 things that are a point of interest. Ooh. Pirate foundations are good. Okay. Which is funny because in real life, pirates kind of meh. All right, and that's everything scanned. Let's get the last of the iron until my inventory is full. There's a bunch right where you're at. Let me break that. You got yourself a cute little ship. The classic, the MMO wiggle. Doesn't matter what the wiggle is, whether the wiggle is doing the crouching up and down, or jumping up and down, or doing the little head nod. The classic wiggle. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty rich planet. Yeah, no, if you could find yourself some nodes near here that put you right by the crater where you can grab this. And then you could also cut across to get your regular iron and all that, which is nearby. So this whole general area is pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty close to being full. I'm at 371 out of 400. The good thing is the pyrite seems very light. It doesn't even weigh a full unit. Do nodes respawn? They do. I don't know how long they take to respawn, but they do respawn. Like, I don't think you'd want to just like park and watch them. I think it's longer than that. But it would be one of those things that you come by and just do that. You're at 700? Yeah, I chose not to go over. Because it's like, oh yeah, your system's efficiencies are gonna go down real bad if you go over. It's like, well, I don't want my efficiencies to go down. But I'm starting to realize more and more that maybe that's the right call. You're a little bit over now? Interesting. I wonder what I've got going on that I'm so far over. Or, so I should say, I'm so far pushing my limits. Oop, overshot a little bit. Because they have only the 1 thruster. And I didn't get rid of any parts which give us the points to deal with. You think it's an hour or so? Oh, for the respawn. Yeah. Gotcha. It took me a while to catch that. Alright, well, I am full. So it's time to get me back home. Yeah, that sounds about right. Over an hour. Like, around an hour would be a fairly reasonable thing. So, like, long enough that just sitting there staring at it would be a terrible idea. But also not so long that, you know, you would just go and exploit a place and just accept it's like a dead node from then on. Alright. Will I be able to reach home from here? Yes. And we got aluminum and we got steel, so we're making progress towards getting our assembler thing. Which is exciting, because if I can get the assembler, I can start making the huge plates for my ship. And we can go back and, like, put another plate in our ship, give ourselves a lot more system space, continue to add more and more ship to my ship, run into whatever limitations there are there, which is pretty exciting. Okay, and by now that's been running for a while, long enough, we should probably have at least a tech point from the base. I might also have enough to do the corp quest or whatever it is. So you have the A carbon. I'm actually going to leave the thing with the A carbon because I'm getting so much of it. I just don't know what to do. It's not really worth me to haul that all back to sell when I'm already at full inventory. But this seems worth it. Alright. So you're still churning away on the steel. Because steel is heckin' slow. Let's check everything in here. So I'll go boom. Drop all you in. Oh, you are full. So that's fine. Let's start grabbing this out. We have all the crystals out. And then I think we're good on this. Alright. So we got all this going on. That's pretty close to full. We're also pretty close to full. Why am I so... like, what do I have that I have a ton of... Oh, silicate. I have an obnoxious amount of silicate. I see. That'll do it. Alright. So if we do the assembler, it was short on stainless parts. Yeah, no, the silicate is one of those ones that I find if you mine in the area where it's at, you'll just get way too much. Okay, so stainless steel parts, that requires the copper ingots, which I don't have handy and all that. We do have a goal where we need to do the small module kit. So it's going to be 30 wire, 60 nuts. And by that I mean I'm gonna need to go over here. Because we need to process all these. And this is looking like I might potentially be short a single quartz. Alright, we got 2 more aluminum ingots. Alright, the other thing's making steel in the meantime for me for the steel beam things. I'm suspecting this next round of research is going to be slow, because the research has escalated in time each and every individual time we've gone through it. Let's see, cool. Smelting aquamarine gives you aluminum bars. It's not what... It does give you an aluminum bar. Okay. I saw the purple there. I'm gonna wait because I think I need to get more stacks of aquamarine to unlock all the things. But that's actually not bad. I need to be more mindful of that because that means those gems have a lot of more use for all that. Because the, I'm not sure if you've checked it, Cookie, the local station in this area has a lab that you can research to unlock a ton of stuff. Not in the specific group of planets I'm at, but like the cluster, whatever you want to call it, the sector. And that unlocks a lot more recipes. You been sciencing? Yeah. Been trying to get all those maxed out. Because I figure if I get all the stuff I can get a hold of relatively easy maxed out, then it'll be a thing where, like, when I see a new gem, I know just to hoard it until I get them done. And then all the other ones we know are just safe to process down or whatever. Okay, so I got all of that handled. So drop you all off. All right. So we can get up to 5 structural beams. No stainless because we're missing the copper stuff. And here we go. So we need, as I recall, they want the have the small modular kits, which is going to be 30 wire, 60 bolts. Let's get to work in this. That's 10 wire, 20 wire. The nuts and bolts. Alright, so I've already got 16 in storage. So it'd need 44. Let's see, the problem with no base at the moment, you're very limited resource gathering space. Yeah, no, that's definitely a major pain point. Alright, so we can now make our 3 small module kits to drop off for the Corp quest. And that'll give me whatever that reward there is going to be. Then we need to check the scanner. I should have checked this first. The Scanalyzer beta, as I'm just churning through things without rhyme or reason all around a lot of it. Okay, the Scanalyzer beta requires a sea crystal matrix, which I can't do till we do more pyrite, so I won't worry about that at all. That was easy to answer that question. We make the diffractor thing that uses the aluminum, though. For the stainless, we need copper. We have the structural stuff there. Let's see here real fast. So for the assembler, we got motors, concrete, stainless, and structure. So if we look at this, we need the tiniest bit more concrete. Oh, wow. Taking silicate and processing it into, I'm assuming that's the silicon bar, increases the value by 2.5. That's a pretty big uptick in value. And that's silicon ingots. Unfortunately, very slow craft. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking is, the silicate is particularly heavy. So that should help it a great deal. Alright. Just them long timers sometimes. And I could always just go to the thing to, like, the smelter over there and queue it up and walk away. We are doing that with the steel, which is probably good. But, you know, I don't want to just leave everything unfinished there. Alright, let's drop this all off. Let's see. Drop you off. Cool. And how are you doing over here? Okay. So you have run out of stuff, so go ahead and switch you. We've already processed all of that. Okay. Nope. So I guess that machine's just gonna turn off right now. I don't have anything that needs processing. Okay. So, what is the next thing to consider here? Alright. So we can't make the beta scanner like I want, so that's an unfortunate thing. I don't think we care about any of the rest of the stuff there at the moment. We got our Corp Quest stuff there. This is waiting for the assembler. Right, it's the assembler. So if we look at our assembler here, I need 8 stainless plate. I don't think we're going to make that happen, but let's see what we got. Stainless plate, I don't have the copper, so we're going to make 0 of that right now. And we need 4 structural beams. So I have 5 structural beams. So literally what we've got right now is I just need copper and a little bit more aluminum to get that going. We can drop you and you and you and just drop it all in there. Keep that, keep all this. Is there anything we want to just get out of here and sell? Not really, I don't think. Oh, I actually have 2 simple mining lasers. Alright. I won't worry about the overclocking. Okay, so what we need to do is I'm going to need aluminum and copper. We need to go to the laboratory for multiple things. So let's hit up the laboratory. There you go. So I can get the laboratory stuff going. And then the next thing I need to do is go back to where the Corpo sector is. At least I'm assuming I have to go back there. But we should be able to do that and turn the modular kits in. And with those modular kits turned in, we should be able to get that knocked out, which will be good. Getting everything off the to-do list.
Beginning docking approach.
All right. I'm so amused that like nobody changes their ship. Nobody changes their ship. So my ship is like entirely unique in the universe, not because I did anything really cool with it, but because I did literally anything at all. And that's not me being like it's not cool or whatever. It's just literally everyone has kind of the same ship with just a couple modules just slapped onto it. And no one took the time to like rearrange it and make it interesting. Alright. So we got a lot of things to scan. So you're 2 minutes of scanning. You're a 30-minuter, and you're a 30-minuter. So wait on the 2-minute scan. We'll start the 30-minute and walk away. That the game isn't properly loading. I think it is because I've seen, like, I see people moving stuff around. It's just no one's doing anything. You haven't changed yours because you want to make it bigger. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I think for me, I changed mine. I put one of the 30-minute ones in. So the PvP tag is going to be mandatory PvP for all. I have no idea. I've not seen anything about PvP in the game at all. So I can't answer that in any way, shape, or form. I'd honestly be pretty disappointed if it was like forced PvP where, you know, you can just pick on me while I'm mining. It's fine that those games exist. They can be fun. But I do wish more devs were willing to be like, oh, well, we're just going to make a game that people can kind of enjoy together and not, like, have a, you know, allow combat or whatever, of course. But, like, the over-the-top, like, everyone's against everyone else, you know, don't trust, all that kind of thing, that gets pretty tiresome pretty fast. Alright. And we'll check on the Pyrite and the Graphite Crystal. I think the Pyrite will be the higher priority, because there was the beta scanner wanted the Pyrite for something. I should have stopped and grabbed one more quartz before we came here. You're really sleepy, you heard horse PvP, and retrospective, you think it may have been horse PvP? Yeah, no, horse PvP is what Spoofy does. That's the content over there. For those who don't know that reference, it was the classic, I think it was Red Dead Redemption 2, but I could be wrong. The classic tried to get on the horse, hit the wrong button, and just punched the horse in the face, killing it. Which is always a priceless one. All right. So we got that. So with you, that'll give me the crystal matrix, and that'll just give me the other thing. So I want the crystal matrix. Let's see, you're never good at PvP in any game. If a game doesn't have a way to opt out of PvP, that's a deal breaker. Yeah, like I said, there's no combat in the game yet at all. They are adding combat, but I was under the impression that the combat was going to be PvE. Because one of the things that was interesting is they talked about like bounty hunting in this game, and that what they were going to do is instead of like the classic where you just go to the spot and you're like, oh no, it's the bad guy, and then you shoot each other and then, you know, you kill them. They would have an entire thing where you'd have to track them down. They might, you know, try and run for it, so there'd be like a chase, and, you know, it's going to have like a bit more depth. Alright, so you would give me sulfur and iron if I process you. That's not what I want. We walk over here for you. Oh wait, the pirate's still running. That's my problem. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see here. We've got amount of A carbon. I just wanted to offload because we got too much. And then these are all going here. Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, you're new here, right? This is the shipyard. You'll...
Okay, so you've got a component I probably should put in something. I'll worry about that later. We'll go back here. That's why you didn't jump into Sea of Thieves. I think they changed some things now, but it's too late for me to think. Yeah, I enjoyed Sea of Thieves. I don't mind the PvP, but it was kind of one of those things like when the game first came out and everyone was figuring out is pretty fun and all that stuff. You didn't run into too many people being too trolly and all that. So you get like the fights. And then later on as people started like really learning the maps and realizing there's only a couple of harbors on the maps, they figured out like how you can camp to cause problems and where to try and pick off people. And it was one thing where it's like, okay, clearly I've been out and about. I probably have treasure. You probably want it. I understand. Like no one's gonna like party foul like you're doing objectively what makes sense. But then there's also where people are just like absolutely trying to kill. All right. Okay. Sure, I can get you an invite here. So we'll have... So that's... Rosebud. Welcome aboard. Alright, so let's see here. We want to go to... the system where we can turn in our corpo stuff. We'll welcome and stuff. But the only thing I ever heard about NPC pirates and mercenaries is that they would attack you randomly on planets and in space. You'd imagine that would open up new stuff for space, ship, ground, like parts, weapons, and all that stuff. First, but you personally uninstall this game and demand a refund if it became a PvP, even if it's not forced. This isn't Star Citizen. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think for me, like with the PvP thing, I don't mind if the PvP is present. Like I mentioned earlier, the idea like if there was a sector in the galaxy that's like your you know no law whatever, as long as it's not a thing that is so objectively strong or better or whatever that you feel like you're missing out not going there, or like that there's basic things locked to that system, but like you could opt into PvP kind of thing, I'm okay with that. Okay, so looking for Delphix. Sea of Thieves looked good. It was, like I said, the big thing that ran into it was like it had PvP, which is fine. It's unfortunately eventually the PvP started to get really trolly in that, people camping the starting spots. Because I want to say when it first came out on the map, you only had like 2 or 3 starting spots. So if you're on a relatively busy server and people were camping, they could actually camp all of the main docks. Or there's also like certain, just like with the quest variety kind of thing, there wasn't a lot there. So you would have certain islands you'd end up hitting way more than others as you started getting a little bit more advanced. And so people would know, like, here's the different areas that typically people would take leaving those locations to get to the next one. And it was just, people who had tons and tons of times, like, kind of really figuring it out. So, like, when it first came out, everyone, like, was just going around just trying to figure out what to do with that. Those were really good times. But yeah, once people started to like really figure out the metas of like, okay, well, I could sit here and do this, and if I do all my prep ahead of times, by the time these people have fought and done a bunch of objectives and are on their way back, they're not going to be in the greatest shape. So we'll be able to just kind of pick at you. It was also one of those things that it kind of sucked in that if you had a sloop, which is the little ship, versus someone, like someone had like a organized crew in the big ship, the odds of you winning that fight were pretty negligible. It's not that it couldn't be done, but solo slooping was really hard to win a PvP fight. So you kind of felt really forced into that kind of stuff.
Docking procedure.
Let's see, you were playing the original WoW and getting camped on in Booty Bay. Do you think you rage quit for a bit on the PvP server? Your level 54 warrior was non-stop attacked by level 60 horde trolls just camping. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I have sometimes there was definitely fond memories I have of World PvP in World of Warcraft, both on the winning and losing side of things. You know, when it was very interesting and engaging. But then there's also times in World of Warcraft where, like, you were trying to get something done and just couldn't do crap because there's just too many people trolling that area. Alright, Luxor, you have a good one.
I don't believe we've ever met. That's good. I have a job for an outsider with no name, no connections, and a low profile. And you seem to fit the bill.
Okay.
The task couldn't be simpler. Locate shipwrecks, extract their black boxes, and bring them here. No questions. No thinking. No independent decisions. The reward is generous.
Let's see. There's also a dinosaur game, Path of Something. I love the ideal, but heck, making a little herbivore and just getting munched on by another player was crap feeling. You don't mind dealing with NPCs, dinos, but getting camped by players. Yeah, there's Ark Survival is one. The other one that you might be talking about is The Island. Or The Isle or whatever. Sure,
Good.
new contract.
Then you can start by bringing us one black box. Once you're done, we'll throw you a bigger bone.
Okay. Path of Titans? I'm unfamiliar with that one. Maybe.
Is there any way I can help you?
Any quests available?
Of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
And deliver?
Congratulations. Now that you have fulfilled this first corpo request, you'll find that your reward includes a handful of license points. These license points can be spent by a corpo's owners to benefit all of its members. Open your corpo interface to discover all the advantages.
I didn't mean to skip her dialogue. I was trying to go to this. Yep, so this is where we can get our licenses. Permit management right. You can buy corpo permits with the corpo credits. They increase upkeep. Sure. Then fundraising and all that stuff. Cool. So we got our permit manage right. On the right, activate and deactivate corpo permits here. All right. Yeah, so we get way more points. We get all sorts of cool stuff. We can do fundraising. So it's interesting that we have the corpo credits versus the corpo permits. I understand.
Excellent. Now that you've gone through these first steps, you are allowed to take PM wholesale contracts. These long-term commitments are more demanding, but they're the best opportunities the Corporation Desk can offer. As a company affiliate, you can benefit from their guidance in automating your production to help reach the high efficiency levels that wholesale contracts demand.
Is there any way I can help you? Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
All right, so we have 500 iron ingots, 500 aluminum ingots, 500 copper ingots. And they pay way different. I honestly feel like in that scenario, I would go after the copper because the iron and the copper are relatively similar in the amount we find, and the copper is giving me a little bit more on everything.
This is a promising step. By taking on a wholesale request, you are entering the highest playing field.
Is this game multiplayer capable? Yes.
In order to meet that significant demand, you could invite more people to join your corpo. At some point, however, you should also consider automating your production line. Since you're affiliated with the company, I suggest that you meet with Ida Lynn and ask her about automated base construction.
Looking for something? I've got you covered. Here's what's available.
Alright. Okay, so you'd want to get silicon, which would be processing stuff, strong metal sheets.
Signed. Bring me all those materials.
I
Looking
didn't-
for something? I've got you covered. Here's what's available. And...
Okay. Even when you cancel out, she has that dialogue. I was like, but I didn't
Is there
accept
any
it.
way I can help you? Oh, of course. Here's a list of available contracts to choose from.
50 flywheels. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. 300 motors. That is a lot of credits, though. That is a ludicrous amount of credits. But 300 motors is a ton of motors. Yeah. No, but it's like the concrete would be a little obnoxious, the flywheels would be a little obnoxious, but 300 motors is a lot of motors. The thing I'm curious is if there's any
Corpo is now committed to delivering them.
if there's any consequences or failing.
Is there any way
I'm going to accept it.
Of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Because I think between the two of these, this is the lesser evil. Because those steel beams and all that.
Your corpo is now committed to delivering.
Let's see what happens. So we got those. You can hold 2 max at the end, and every station has some. Yeah, that's fine. So like the copper ingots would probably be pretty easy to pull off. The concrete wouldn't be too bad. The flywheels is a little rough, but the motor's the problem is there's like 2 or 3 phases to building a motor. And that's gonna be a whole thing. Alright, so now they're getting all distracted by that. We can go to the shipyard. Alright. Mentioned something about the quantum beacon. The quantum beacon needs 2 mag coils. An experimental method of high-speed communication, this beacon will instantly reveal the position to a quantum signature across the galaxy, no matter where it is. Okay. We'll definitely want to get the quantum beacon going at some point. Right, so we already have the lab stuff going. We're not going to run back there. We have that to craft, we have the building thing, we have to craft the drone, we have to recover the black box. Okay. You got your scanner beta? Nice. Yeah, we can repair our ship. Refill this. And head on home. Yeah, so for the copper bars, that one's straightforward. The curiosity is turning in the copper bars for the corporation versus yourself. Is Barry basically choosing between whether you or the corpo is the one that makes the money. Alright, so let's get back home. Gotcha for that, since getting more aluminum will take a little time to get for your base. So you got that, so then it's Fusila and then Delphix. There you go. I probably should stop on a plan the way home to mine a bunch of stuff up. I don't understand why everyone's here, but that's okay with me. Let's go hit one of these plants in Delphix and just collect what we can. That way when we get back to base, we can just start processing more materials. And I'm assuming with the contracts, you get nothing unless you finish the whole thing. I do like the idea of a shared objective, though. I think that's something that's missing from a lot of MMOs, is like, you know, you have your shared objective, just do a thing for faction rep or whatever. But the idea of having an objective where it's like, oh, you're all coming together to produce these goods or do whatever the thing is, I think that's a cool touch. Alright, let's get down here. Alright, so we got... Okay, so 3 of the things are only found in the points of interest. Drink your sugar-free? Nah, this is sugar-full soda. So there's the start to the giant mountain of copper we need. There's me and Cookie have both been running into, there's materials we can't scan to mine it. And Cookie managed to get the thing they need to do that. Ooh, what are you? Ah, this is gonna be aluminum. Okay. So Delphix 1 has aluminum that you could just chuck a extractor down on. Alright, bear with me a moment. I'm just gonna hit these buttons real fast so that we can hopefully avoid subjecting people to any more ads than necessary. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing, like... This feels like one of those games that you can play and have people who are capable of entirely different things in a given moment based on, like, what choices they made. So, like, I'm getting my, my base manufacturing up and all that. That's so annoying. But like, so I have my base stuff going really well, but I'm definitely behind on a bunch of stuff there. All right. New component, marvelous gem. I like a marvelous gem. Alright. Okay, so I've got more stuff to be discovered. We can run over to the blue thing. And just try and get ourselves some more supplies and yada yada. But no, I could see burning a pretty unreasonable amount of time in this. This game definitely scratches a lot of itches. Alright. It's also one of those things that makes me curious. I don't know what the limitations on the number of bases or anything like that you could have are, but it does make you wonder if it's like worth it for the 3 combinations of base building starts you can have between like this one where you get the aluminum copper combo versus another one of like the steel combo. Like what makes the most sense and deal with it. One thing that'll be tricky is turning the quest objectives in. Like the copper again is probably not bad. Have you found an aluminum planet? I'm on one right now. I haven't got set up here, but it's Delphix 1. So if I pull up my map, Delphix, like, so this is the area you're in down here in Cairn. Delphix is the first system in the, what is it, the Terminus system. But the first planet has that. Ooh, new stone. White Fieldspar Mound. I don't know what that is. Oh, aluminum. Just straight up aluminum. This is we're filling up our inventory as much as we can. Looks like that'll be another base. You assume you can have more than one base? I would assume so as well. I don't know if you get to do it straight up, or there's going to be some, like, skill you need to do, or, you know, like, there's going to be some limit. That way a person can't just, you know, plop down base next to base next to base to, you know, dominate an area. So there's going to be some kind of limit. I don't know if it'll be like, oh, you can have 5, or, like, you can have 1, but you can get a skill, or, not a skill, that's not a good example. You bet there'll be some kind of skill or permit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like some unlock to get you access to more of it. Okay. We got another ore to my right. You haven't done anything, and it lets you set up 4 bases practically side by side. You have them spread out now. Yeah. Or Corp unlock. Well, I don't think your ability to build bases will be based on Corp. Because I think the Corp itself can get bases that might have some restrictions. But the game does be like, hey, you can join a Corp or not. It's, you know, it's cool. Yeah, and I could definitely see, like, setting up the extraction, all that stuff on one planet, setting up on a second planet. There are unlocks to increase the amount of bases you could assign as a corp, as well as corp ships. Yeah. Okay, so the last thing I can't, unfortunately, scan. I'm assuming it's like a rich aluminum node kind of thing. So still aluminum node, but like an extra good one. Alright. Like how you can fly in your spaceship in mine, instead of just jumping out and having to run like No Man's Sky? Yeah. Alright. So inventory is officially full. I'm going to go here, drop 1, confirm, done. And I am now real happy that I stopped for a minute. Okay, so we're looking for the XLXL whatever star. There we go. And now we're back into the first sector. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Okay, so we go to here. And we'll be able to get drones to automate things, which will be really good. And that's where the station for running the system's here. We should poke in here really fast, because there's a good chance it has been the 30 minutes for, the 30 minutes for... Where's my station? There you are. The 30 minutes for the last research we did. So we can queue up the next one. And this will probably be the point that I wrap up for tonight, because, well, I've been having a lot of fun with this. It is a little bit of a shorter stream because I got a late start. I'm gonna get ready to, like, crash for the night, because I had to wake up so early to hang out, which I'm very, very happy that I did. But, to hang out with my niece and nephew and all that. But also, chasing around some kids all day in, like, the heat and all that. And on not enough sleep. Did you know you can queue up multiple researches? I did not. That's good information, that you can queue them up. I do appreciate games letting you do that. It's always annoying when you have to, like, do them one at a time. And they've all got timers. Hey, you know where I said 30 minutes? That's the timer ending right there, as we're pulling up now. But yeah, so tomorrow's stream should be a completely normal stream. Nothing unusual about it whatsoever. And then the next day, there will not... Well, I shouldn't say it. The next day, there will probably not be a stream. If there is, it'll probably be like this one where it's a little bit late. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they continue offline. And that's because we're going to be, you know, going to the Space Center, doing all that kind of stuff. And then it kind of depends on when things wrap up on what's going to happen there. So I wonder if it'll let me choose to...
Is there any way I can help you? Oh, of course. Here is a list of available contracts to choose from.
Gotcha.
Your corpo is now committed to delivering them.
Yeah, so in the future what we'll do is we'll probably want to go to, keep our stuff that we're doing nearby. But yeah, so we're going to the Space Center, so that's going to be a whole thing that I don't know how late that's going to go. I feel like they'll probably wind up wrapping up early enough that I'd be able to stream, but I don't want to promise that when there's really no way for me to tell. Okay, get the analysis. Do the graphite crystal. Alright, I queued up the other one. So, that's just gonna give me a bunch of science and all that. That's gonna be good. And that's fine. Go check the shipyard. Yeah, no, I am wrapping up the normal time for me today. Like, it got a late start. There's a good chance that's what's gonna happen the next stream. So is there anything I would go out of my way to sell on this one? Well, actually, that's not true. Definitely sell. All this stuff is getting sold. Okay. And anyways, with all that said though, it is time for me to wind down. You can also remotely check if it is done if you open up the lab tech and go search for finished XP. That's cool, that makes sense. So we can go over here to this laboratory and see where it's at. Yeah, so you can see I'm literally working on this last quartz here. And we're working through those. So it's kind of cool that you get all that stuff. But with that said, though, chat, it is going to be that time. If you have enjoyed tonight's content tonight and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be streaming again tomorrow. I do not know what I'll be playing. I could be potentially playing more of this. I might do Tales of Secu. I might do Auction Not Included. I might do Satisfactory. It might be something completely out of the blue field nowhere. Who knows? But we'll figure it out when we get there. But that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. And everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to watch. Getting tired.